In this video series, we are going to teach you how to use the Python, and the Python is mainly for the data science, and it can also to create a website. So the first thing is we have to install the Anaconda, and if we go to the Anaconda, you can see it has the download button, and this is easier to use nowadays because it shows that you are using Red OS or Windows and you do not need to choose by yourself. So we click on this and download and save it. And we can also take a look on the package. So for example, if you go to the resources and go to the open source, and you can see there are already have many libraries such as pandas and numpys, and you will usually use for data science. And there are also others machine learning package, and also have the data visualizations such as those we usually use the matplotlib and also the plotly. So after the download finish, we can double click on the file that you just download, and then we click allow, and then it's just like those other software, just keep continue, and you can choose the destinations, and then also click continue, and then you can change the location, but usually we just click install, but we will not install it myself because I already installed the Anaconda. So if you already have the Anaconda, you can see this interface, and the best part is it already has the all the things that you need already installed. So you can use the Jupyter Notebook, the spiders. And in this video series, we will use the Jupyter Notebook, and you can also see that it do not have the VS Code. So if you want to use the VS Code, you have to install by yourself, because I think in the previous version it already has the VS Code, but now you have to install by yourself. So if you already install the VS Code, it will appear in this interface. So we can click on launch the Jupyter Notebook. So after it already opened the Jupyter Notebook, you can see we have different folders. So if you want to know this is unnecessary file, so we can delete this. So if you want to know the location of the Anaconda, you can click on a new file, and then you can type pwd, and then you can click run, or you can click shift enter in your Mac or Windows. It will output the location of the Anaconda. So if you go to the user, and then we click on the programming, and this is the place that this is the location of the Anaconda. So you can see this folder is exactly the same as here. You can see the Python course and the Python course. So now if we go back to the file, and we can see the Jupyter Notebook again, and you can also, for example, you can toggle the headers and toggle the toolbar, and also you can also know the keyboard shortcut by going to the help. And I think this keyboard shortcut is very useful. And you can also change to markup. So what is the difference is, if we type 13 and then we click shift enter, and this is the number, but this is not the markup. The markup is, for example, if you want to type something to help other people to understand, you can type, for example, the hashtag, and then the above is 13, and then we click Shift Enter. Now you can see the difference. This is not any programming language. This is just a sentence. In this part, we mainly talk about the arithmetic operators of Python. So these are the mainly arithmetic operators. So the first one is, if you want to create a additions, we can just use the plus symbols. So if this is 1 plus 2, and then you can click Shift Enter, or you click Run. Now you can get the number 3. And if you make the subtractions, you can do the minus symbols, and then this is 3 minus 2. And we use this symbol, and then we click Shift Enter. And this is very straightforward to get 1. And the third one is do the multiplications. And we use the star symbols to represent the multiply symbol. So we use 4 times 2. This is equal to 8. And the divisions, for example, 8 divided by 2, and we can use this slash, and then we execute, and we got 4.0, and this is 4, and this is the floating numbers, floating values. And this is the mode, and this is the modulus, and this is used to calculate the remainder. So what it means is, for example, if you're doing a long divisions, and this is 9 divided by 2, now you get this one. 2 times 4 is 8, and then 9 minus 8 is equal to 1. So this is used to get the values 1. If you use this divided by 2, we just get 4.5. But if you want to get the remainder, you have to use this modulus operators, the percent. So now you get 1. And then this one is exponential. So if you want to create 2 times 2 to power to 3, then this is 2 times, this is 2, and then you make 2 stars here, and then put the 3, and then you get 8. This is just like and this just like when you're doing the exponential operator at the Google, you will use these symbols. But in Python, you will use the double stars to represent the exponential operators. And the last one is for divisions. So for example, if you make the 12 divided by 5, you will get 2.4. But because this is 4 divisions, it will go to the lower values, which is 2. So just like this. But if you get if you do the division, the 4 divisions for the negative values, it will not go to -2. It will go to a more negative value, which is -3. So it will get it will use the lower values as the result. So these are the mainly used arithmetic operators. In the programming world, there are 2 types of language. One is statically typed, and the other is dynamically typed. And there are few examples. Python and JavaScript are dynamically typed. So what are the difference is, if you are using C++ or Java, you will see that when you declare a variable, there is a need to declare the type. For example, this is string or integer, but in Python or JavaScript, we do not need to do this. For example, if we just want to declare the user is Peter, and this is a string, then we can just press Shift Enter, and then now if you try to execute this line, and you can see users stored Peter, and we can check the type of the variable by using type, and then open the bracket and users, and then close the bracket, and now you can see the type is string. And now we can also declare the variable user is equal to the user ID, for example, is 12345, and then we press Shift Enter to execute. And now you can see the user is 12345. And now if you check the type of the variable, and this is the integer, and this will not happen in the language like Java or C++. There are advantage and also disadvantage, and if you are doing like Python or JavaScript, you may feel this is more convenient and this is much quicker because you do not need to decide the type of the variable. But compare with this language like Java, they can check whether there are bugs at a very early stage. So for example, if you put this is a string, and then you put the number inside the user, it will already has error. So there are advantage and also disadvantage by using the different types of variable. And now you can, by the way, you cannot use the built-in keyword as variable. For example, we cannot use int is equal to 5 because int is the built-in keyword. So you can see there is error. And the other characteristic is we are assigned by using itself. For example, a is equal to 5, and then we can see a is equal to 5, and we can also declare a is equal to a plus a. So a is 5, and then the other a is also 5. So you can imagine this is 10. And if there is a for loop that you will learn later, you can execute this again, and you can also expect this is 20 because this is 10 plus 10. And then if you click this and click this again, you can see this is 20 plus 20, and this is 40. And usually we will name the variable in a meaningful way. For example, if we have the price is 200, we will make the name price, and then we have a discount is equal to 0.9. So the new price is the price times discount, which is 0.9. We should execute this to 9, and then we can get the new price is 200 times 0.9, and which is 180. So this is a very brief introduction of variables. In this part, we are going to focus on the string, and the string can be enclosed by single quotes or double quotes. And the first one is just like this. We can type hello, and then we use the single quotes to enclose the string. And the second one is we use the double quote, and then we can execute. Both of them can output the string hello. And why do we need the single quotes and double quotes? So for example, if you want the single quotes as part of the string, you have to use the double quote, which is different from single quotes. Otherwise, it will close the at here. So for example, if we change this to single quotes, there will be a problem. So we have to use double quotes to enclose the string. So now it can output let's go. So in the opposite, you have to use the single quotes to enclose those parts that you want to be the string, because this time you want the double quote as part of the string, so we have to use single quotes. And there is a built-in function which is a print. Why do we need this? Because for example, if we execute hello1 and hello2, it will just output hello2. And if you have the print functions, you can output both of them, hello1 and hello2. And this is the first part that we talk about the escape character. So actually, besides that, we have to use the double quotes to enclose the single quotes, and vice versa. We can still use the double quote within the double quote. To solve this problem, we just need to use the escape character, and this is the escape character in Python. So if you look at this, this is the escape character. You can have /n or /arrow. They have different functions. So we can look at this in later. So for example, we execute this one. You can see we still have the double quote as part of the string. And we can print another line by using the /. It will print at a new line. For example, user /Peter, and then we shift enter. You can see the Peter in the next line. And we can also use /tab. This is /t, which is the result is tab. So we can go to here and put a /t, and then we can execute, and now you can see there is a tab in between. And there are also another built-in function, which is the check length, the string length or the array length, but this is a string. It will check how many characters. For example, if you check the length of hello, you will get 5 because there are 5 characters. If you check the length of hello world, you will get 11. You can see this is 5 characters, but the space also occupy 1 character. So this is 11 characters. In this part, we are going to talk about the indexing and slicing of the string. And because the Python string actually is made up of one or more individual characters, such as the letters, blank characters, numbers, or even the symbols. So we can go to take out one of the character by using its index. So for example, you can see this diagram. For example, there is a string called hello world, and actually the hello world is contains 11 characters, and we can pick it up from using the index. So this is the index, and the other is the reverse index. So there are 2 methods to take out one of the character by using these directions and the opposite directions. So if you start from here, you can take out for example, you can see if we take out the 6th character from the left side, you can take out the W. And actually the W can also be picked up from the right side by using the -5. You can take the last character by using the -1 and the 5th character by using the -5. So now you can see they have the same result. And the other thing is the slicing. Instead of picking up one character, we can picking up a section of the character. And the syntax is just like this. We have start and the stop and the step. And we will go for it one by one in later. So the start is optional, and the stop is the position that you want to stop, but you will not include it. And the step, this should be the step, not the end. This should be the step. The default is 1. So I should correct this to step. Now you can see if we have the string, and because for the simplicity we use the numbers, so you can see the result instantly. This is a string because we have the single quote to wrap all the numbers. So you can check it by using the type, and now you can see we have the str, which represent this is the data type is string. So if we just pick 2, the position 2, because we start from 0, 1, 2, so you should get number 2. But if you want to start from here, start from number 2 and to the end, and we can use a colon, and then we do not need to fill in anything. So you got the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now if you just start from the beginning and stop at 4, the position 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, but this will not include the number 4. This will just go to, you have to go to correct this to 5. So this will not include 5 but include 4. Now you can see we get 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So if we want to grab a sections 1, 2, 3, 4, and now you can see it start from the first one, the second. The position index is 1, and then we should go to 5. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, the position index, the first one is 1, and the last one should be 5 because it will not include 5. So we have to use string and then 1 to 5. Then we will get 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, we can also use this type of syntax to do the same result of just putting the string here. So you can see the results are the same, but we will not do this because this is more simple to just type string here. And we can also know that the default step is 1. So you can see these also get the same result. But if you paste the step is 2, and then it will become skipping the second one, and then the fourth one, and then the sixth one, and at last you should get 0, and then 2, and then 4. So let's see the result. Now you can see it get the 0, 2, 4, and 6, 8, because it will skip the number in between. It will 2 step, and then 2 steps again, and then go 2 steps to get 6. So if you want to get, for example, you can imagine from 2 to 7, so 0, 1, 2, the 2 to 7 should be 2 to 6, the result. But because we skip the between, so you will get 2, 4, 6. So let's check the result. So you will get 2, 4, 6. And there is a little trick to reverse a string is the step is in reverse direction, and we will start from beginning to the end. So now you can see we have 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is how the indexing and slicing work. In this part, we are going to talk about the string format of Python, and this is the string format method. And if you have used React.js or Angular or Vue.js, you already know the template literal or JavaScript ES6. So this is a very similar method. If you have the name Peter and age is 80, one of the methods to format string is to use the curly bracket here, and then we will fill in the name to the first bracket and the age to the another curly bracket. So if we execute this to 9, now you can see this Peter already filled in to the first one, and the 80 fill in the second one. But we can make it more flexible by using the index. For example, you should know that this is 0 and this is 1 if you're counting the index. So this is 0, which means that we will fill in the age at here, and then we fill in the name at the first one. So if we execute this, we will get the same result. And the other thing is, if we name it age is equal to 17 and name is Tom at here, now we can just fill in the age at this one and the name and putting to this one. Then we do not need the index, we just need to fill in the name of the variable. Now if we execute this, you should expect that the Tom is filled in here. So my name is Tom and I am 17. So this is the result. And if you want to fill in this age, then we can fill in age is equal to age. Then we will fill in the age at this position, and the name we will put in here, and then we fill in the name at this position. So if we execute this, now we got hello, my name is Peter, I'm 80. So this is how to use the string format method. And the other thing is we can format the float values. So for example, the result is equal to 2 over 67. Now we should get the floating values, and we can use the print method, and then we set the width, which means 10 characters or 10 unit width, and then 4f is equal to 4f is equal to 4 decimal place, and then we put the value which is equal to the result. So you should expect that there is 4 decimal place appear, and it will choose the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it will round up to 9. And actually the length is 10 unit. So for example, we can adjust the number of decimal place. For example, we can type 6. Now we can see we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is at here. So we get these 6 decimal place, and we will round up to 1 at the last digit because this is greater than 5. And last we have the f string, and this is more like the ES6. So this is very simple. We just add the f before the string, and then we use the single quote, and then we use the curly bracket, and then we put the name here. So we can execute, and then we get my name is Tom. And so this is much easier to see the whole sentence. We can see welcome first name and last name. So if we execute this, and then we execute this, we got welcome John Doe. So this is how the f strings work. In this part, we are going to talk about the Python list. The Python list, for example, we can define at least 1 is equal to 31, 2, and also 3. And this is a list of number. But now you can also not just number, we can also add the item, the string, the floating numbers, and also the integer. We can add different data type to the list. We can also check the length by using the length method. So we can check the length of the list 1. For example, there are 3 items here, so the result should be 3. So now you can see the output is 3. And if we just want to select a specific item, we can put the index. It's just like the indexing in string. So if the list to 0, which means the first item, because the programming is counting from 0, 1, 2, 3, so this is list to 0. So it will get the output apple. So if you want to select, for example, from the first one to the second one, because the index is 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, so this will not include the index 2, so it will get apple and also the 12.3. And if you want to concat two lists, because we have 2 lists, we can just use the plus symbol to add them together. And if you want to store it into list 3, you can use the equal sign. The list 3 is equal to list 1 plus list 2. So now after we execute this line, we will get the list 3. And if you want to change the, for example, the third item, the 0, 1, 2, so the list 3, and we put the index 2 is equal to banana. Now you will override this with banana. So for example, if you put the list 3 here, now you can see we get the banana at the third item, and we can append the value 8 at the last of the list. So the list 3 has the 8, this value, at the end of the list. And we can remove the last item by using the pop method. So the list 3.pop. Now you got this is not the result of the list, this is indicate which item you remove, and this is the value 8. if you display the list 3 again, you will get the list that do not have the number 8. And we can store the removed item by using the removed item equal to list3.pop. Now this time the last item is 12, so you should expect that this one is 12. So we execute this. We got 12, and the list 3 should not include the 12. And then the list 3.pop2, which means it will remove the index, which is equal to 2. So we do not have the banana. And we also want to remove the apple. And I just want to show you that we can also remove by reversing the order. So this is -1 and this is -2. So we got the list3.pop -2, which is apple. So the result is we do not have the banana, and we also do not have the apple. So we should just have the numbers. Now we can sort these values in ascending orders by using the list3.sort. So this is list3.sort, and if you would take a look on the list 3, you can see this order is from the smallest number to the biggest number. We can also sort the values by alphabetical orders. So for example, you got the list 4, and then if we sort it, now you should see the first item is A, and the last item is H. But you can see there is something that you need to know, that we cannot just use the new is equal to list4.sort, because if you do that, it will not return any values or any data. So if you execute this line, there is none type, so there is nothing inside the new. So instead you have to store it after you reorder the list 4. So new is equal to list 4. So now you can see we got the list is equal to an ascending orders of letters. And the last one that I want to show is you can reverse the order by using new.reverse. Then it will starting from H, and then the last item is A, and we can see the result. Now you can see this is in the reverse order of the previous list. In this part, we are going to talk about another data type, which is dictionaries. Other than this, there are other data types which can also store a collections of data. And dictionaries is has the characteristics which has the key values pairs, and it has the curly bracket, and also have the keys and also the values. So for example, in this one, we have the dictionary 1, we have using the number 1 as the key, 2 is the key of another item. So we can point to the first one by putting the key. So remember, this is not the index, this is the key. So you may think a little bit weird why when we put the number 1, why this is not the ball, because actually this is the key. We can also just output the keys by using the .keys functions. So you can see we have 1, 2, which is the key of this dictionary. And we can also just output the values by using .values. So now we have apple and also the ball. And we have also have the .items functions. And the .item functions will return the tuples, which we will talk about later. And we can also using the string as the key. So for example, we can also use a, and we can also use number as the key, and we can also point to the apple by putting the key, which is a this time. So now we can get the values, which is apple, and we can also get the values 1 by putting 1. This is the key, and so we put 1 here. So the benefit of using the dictionaries is just like JSON. So we can have the dictionary which contain the name, the age, and also the email. So this is more straightforward to put the key. So if you want to get the username, we just put user and then square bracket name. And then if you want to put the age, we can get user age to get 18. And actually inside the dictionary we can also put apple, the list, and also the dictionary inside the dictionary. So you can see this is the dictionary inside another dictionary. So if you want to select, for example, if you want to select these values and then make it uppercase, we can first select the ddict. So we put the ddict this key, and then we put another key, which is b. So actually this will select the values banana. So now we can use the upper functions to make it uppercase. And for example, if you want to reverse this list, so if you want to reverse to output 3, 2, 1, we can select the dlist and put the key here, and then dot reverse. And then we put the dict 3 again. You can see the list is in reverse order. So this is how the dictionary works. In this part, we are going to talk about the tuples. The tuples is very similar to list, and the difference is mainly this use the parentheses, but this use the square bracket. And the other thing is you cannot mutate the tuples. So I will show this later. So if you execute these two lines, and then you can check the type, you can see this is list and the others is tuples. Although they are not the same, but they have some very similar method. For example, you can extract the 2 to 4. So this is from 2, so 0, 1, 2. So this is 8 and 4. So you can extract these two elements, and you can count from the end. So you will take the number 6, and then you can also specify the specific item, which is A. We can also count the number of A, because if you take a look on the tuple 1 again, you can see there are 2 A. And we can also check the index of A, and this will only show the first one. So if you take a look at this, you will get 1 because this is 0 and then this is 1. So it will not show the 2, it will show the first one. And the other difference is you cannot append or extend, and you cannot change in the tuples, but you can change the item in the list. So if you want to if you want your data is right protected, so and this moment you need to use the tuples. So we can go down to the list. If you remember, we have the list 1, and we can change this third item to 3. Now if you show the list 1 again, you can see this is 1, 2, 3, and then D, E, F. And we can change this to 4 because this is 0, 1, 2, 3. However, this is tuple. You cannot change this, and it will show the error. And it will show that the tuples does not support the item assignment. And if you remember, we just said you cannot append or extend, and there is also no remove element, so you cannot use pop method. So tuples do not have remove or pop. So if you remember what we have learned in the list, we can have the list1.pop, and if you show the list 1 again, you can see we remove the last item. But if you try to use the pop method at tuple, you can see we have the error. The tuple object has no attribute pop. In this part, we are going to talk about the set, and set is to store multiple items in single variables. And sets are unordered, unchangeable, and duplicates not allowed. And this is unchangeable. Unchangeable is implied that items itself cannot be changed, but we can add or remove items from the set, just like this one. And duplicates are not allowed. So for example, we can create a set by using the curly bracket, and we can store different types of items. For example, we have the apples, which is a string, an integer, and also a floating values. So now if you click on the set one, you can see this, and if you add the apples, you can see this is a duplicate item. So even if you add the apple, we can see we do not have another apple because this is duplicate. But if you add banana, you can see the set one, which is banana, can be added. Now we can remove the apple by placing the item here, and then we execute this. Now if you look at the set one again, you can see we have removed this one. So now we have 112.3 and also the banana, and we can also get the length, and which is 3, which has the 3 items. And now you can see we can convert this into set. We can see there are duplicate items such as A and C in the list, but if we convert this to set by adding the set functions, now you can see the set 2 just contain A, B, C, and it will remove the duplicate A and also the duplicate C. And because the items actually is unordered, we cannot access such like this. We cannot access the items by placing the index. So the set 2 is, for example, we can change this to 0, 1 and try to get the B like index, and you can see there is error because the set object is not subscribable. So this is how the set work. In this part, we are going to talk about the Boolean type. In the Boolean type, you can type the true or false, and the true, you will have to use the capitalized letter in the first letter, and the false is also need to use the capitalized letters for the first one. So if you want to know the type of these true or false values, you can use the type functions. And if you use the type function, you can see we have the type, which is Boolean. And you can also check whether this is true or false by using the double equal sign. So if you use 1 equal 2, so this should be false. And if you want to check whether 3 is greater than 2, you can see this is true. And we also has the none value. If you want to assign a null values or no values, you do not want to set it as true or false, you can use the none. But by the way, the type the none has its own data type, and this is none type. And if you compare with this one, this is Boolean type, and this is none type. In this part, we are going to talk about reading files. So the first things we have to do is to create a test file. So we use the %write file, and we use file1.txt, and we put the content as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 4, 5, 6 is in another line. So we execute this one. And if you want to open the file, because we already named the file as file1.txt, so we can use file1, this variable is equal to open file1.txt. And there is no error, and which means we already can open the file and store it as file1. But if you open another file which do not exist, then it will have the error that no such file or directory file2.txt. So if you want to know the locations of the file1, because in this syntax it will write the file in the same directory, so we can use the pwd. I think you already see this before, and you can see it stored in the user's program Python course. And if you look at this, you can see the file1 already stored at here. And now you can read the file by using file1.read functions, and you can see actually this is the same as here. And this is the escape syntax. So this is /n, which means we put into another line, and then the file1.read. If you want to do this again, you can see there are nothing here, because the cursor already point to the end of the file. So if it continue to read, there are nothings, so it will return just empty string. So if you want to reset the cursor to pointing at the beginning, you can use the file1.0, and then the content is equal to file1.read. Then you can see the content actually is can be read again, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can also read it line by line by using the functions.readLines. And now we can we have to reset the cursor first in order to read the files again. And now you can see it will turn to array, which is 1, 2, 3, and then comma, and then 4, 5, 6. And this is also a good practice to close the file by using file1.close these functions. And because if you do not close the file, you will waste the resources. And after you already close the file, you can see we cannot write to the file again. There is a better way to open the file. So it will close the file internally by using the with open. By using the with open, there are different modes. For example, the W is the write mode. So you cannot read the file if you use the with open. And I just demonstrate how the paths are different for Windows and also for the Mac. For the Mac, you have to use this, and for the Windows, you can use this path. And since our file is at the same directory as the Jupyter notebook, so we can just use the file1.txt. And because this is write mode, so this is not readable. So you can see there is error because this is not readable. And if you use the mode read, now you can read the file. And there is also the append mode. So for example, you use the A for the append mode, and now we can write another line which is sentence. So if you read the file, you can see the sentence. Because we already maybe we delete the file first. And then we go back to the top and create the file again. Set the file 1 is equal to open file 1.txt. And then we back to here. And then we go to append. So this is the append mode. This is the append mode. So we write another line, and then we read again. Now you can see the sentence is at the third line. And then we can write another file. So you can see we do not have file 123.txt yet. So if you write this, at this moment you can see we just has file 1. And if you go to here and then we use the f.write 123, and then you can see we have the file 123, and it already has the text inside it is 123. And then we can also append, use the append mode to append another sentence. So I think we can type this, and then we can go to here and take a look on the text file, and you can see we have another sentence at the second line. In this part, we are going to talk about the comparison operators, and the first one that we want to discuss is the equal. The equal, you have to use double equal, because if you just, for example, you just use a equal to 2, and this will, which imply you assign the 2 is, the a is equal to 2. So you assign the 2 to the a. So you have to use the double equal to do the comparisons. So you can see 3, of course, is not equal to 2, so we get a false. And we have 1 equal to 1, and because they are exactly the same, so it will return true. And we can also compare the string. So you can see this 2 is exactly the same string. It will also return the true. But if you have the case difference, for example, it has capitalized h and this is a smaller lowercase h, and it will return false. But for the floating values compared to the integer, because the values are the same, and it will return the true. And the next part is we are going to use the not equal. The not equal, if you're using other language such as JavaScript, you can see this is the same. 12 is not equal to 3, and this is true. And 12 is not equal to 12, and of course this is false. And the next thing is greater than. And for the greater than and smaller than, you use this arrow. So this is bigger. The 3 greater than 2 is true, and 2 is greater than 4 is false. And the next part is smaller than, so this is in the opposite direction. 2 is less than 3 is true, but 3 is less than 2 is false. So to compare greater than or equal to, we use the greater than equal to symbol. So 3 is greater than equal to 3. 3 is not greater than 3, but this is equal to 3, so this is also return true. 3 is greater than 2, so this is also true. But 3 is not greater than 4, and 3 of course is not equal to 4, so this will return false. So smaller than is almost the same. You can see 3 is equal to 3, so this will return true. And 3 is not less than 2, so it will return false. But 3 is less than 4, so this will return false. 3 is less than 4, so this will return true. So this is how to use the comparison operators. So this is also, we will use this in the conditional. So we will also talk about this again later. In this part, we are going to talk about the logical operators. The logical operators include the and, or, and we also have not. For the and, for example, if 1 is less than 2, of course this is true. And if you want to create a multiple conditions, for example 1 is less than 2 and 2 is less than 3, and this is also true, so it will also true. But if you want to make this more readable, we can use the and operator. So 1 is less than 2 and 2 is less than 3. So both of them is true, so we will get the values true. So you can see 1 is less than 2, 1 is less than 2 is true. But 2 is greater than 3 is false. So true and false will have false. But this is become more complicated if you're reading this. So this is more readable to use and. So it will also get the same result. And some programmer will also use the bracket to make it more clear. You may think this is not necessary, but if you are not comparison with the numbers, so if you're not making a very simple comparison, this is better to use a bracket to wrap the whole things. So it will also return false, because actually they are all these 3 lines are the same. And we can also have the or operators. So you can see 1 is equal to 1 is true, and 2 is equal to 2 is also true. So both of them is true, so it will return true. And 1 is equal to 2 is false, but this is true, so one of them is true, the whole statement will become true. So both of them is true. And at last we are going to use the not. So sometimes the people may think this is not readable, so this is better. So 3 is not equal to 2, this will become a true. This is also the same statement actually, so it will also return true. Of course 2 is not equal to 3000, so this will also return true. At last, like before, some people also will use the bracket to wrap the whole conditions, so it will also return true. In this part, we are going to talk about the if statement, the else statement, and also the else if statement. So in this example, if b is negative 123, and it will check if b is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, it will output greater than 0. However, there is nothing to return because there are no handling about negative numbers. So if we add the else and then we execute again, it will output smaller than 0 because it will know that if this is not greater than 0, this will print smaller than 0. And if we change this to positive 123, this will output greater than 0. And the other thing is, it can also compare with the string if the food is equal to rubber, and then it will check if the food is equal to fish. If this is fish, then it will print good, I love eating fish. Otherwise, if you remember the fprint syntax, this is the formatting syntax. It will put the rubber into this area and output this will tell you that sorry, I don't want to eat rubber. And we can also change this to another thing such as rabbit. Now you can see I don't want to eat rabbit, but if you change this to fish, it will tell you that good, I love eating fish. And one more thing to know is we also has the else if, because sometimes we will have more than 2 conditions. For example, if we have b is equal to 0, we want to print equal to 0. If this is greater than, then we will print greater than 0. And if this is smaller than, it will print smaller than 0. So there are 3 conditions. You check whether this is 0 or whether there is greater than or smaller than 0. So now, because this is equal to 0, it will output equal to 0. However, if you change this to -5, it will return smaller than 0. And if you change this to +5, it will output greater than 0. In this part, we are going to talk about the for loop, and this is going to iterate repeatedly through a sequence. So it will loop through the list, tuple, dictionary, set, or string. And for example, there is a list of fruit, which is apple, bananas, and orange. And you can create a for loop. So this is for x in fruit. You can name this any name. For example, you can name it y or h or a. It's also okay. So we can execute this. You can see it will print out the name, the apple, bananas, and also the orange. So for example, we can change this to item, and you change this to item, it will also output the name, output each fruit. Sometimes you do not need to think about the name, so you can see many people use the underscore instead of using x or even items. And because you will not print the items, you just need to print the same sentence or other things. So you can see it will also write this sentence 3 times. So now you can see there are 3 sentences here. Because there are 3 items, it will output 3 sentences each time in the loop. And there is also another things that we can do, because actually we do not output any fruit at last. So actually we can use the range instead, because we output 3 times. So we can use the range from 0 but not include 3, and then we print I love it. So you can see it has the same result. It also has 3 sentence output here. And if you remember, we have learned about the operators, the compare operators, and also the arithmetic operators, which is mode. So in this example, you can see we can count the number of even numbers. So you can see the list has 26, 65, and so on. and we can set the even count is equal to 0, and we can look through the list, and if this mode the modulus 2 is equal to 0, which means when the number divided by 2 it has the remainder equal to 0, which means the number is divisible by 2. So if this is divisible by 2, then we will add 1 to the even count. So it will look through it, and then we print out there are even count, there are 3 even numbers, and you can see actually there are 3 even numbers. This is 26, 52, and also the 40. So you can see each time when 26 pass on it, can calculate that this is divisible by 2, and then it add 1, so the count is 1, and then when this is 52 it will also add 1 here, and 40 it will also add 1. So we can see this by print the even count inside the loop. So you can see we add the print even count under this line, and remember to have a tab here, the indentation, which means this is under the if loop. So now if we execute this again, you can see the first one is 1, and then 2, and then 50, and then this is 3. And you can see in this list we can add something. We can add the even count and also odd count. We set this, the initial number is equal to 0, and you can see the else. If this is not divisible, then this must be odd number, so the odd count is add by 1. So actually these two is the same. You can use the even count per equal to even count plus 1, or actually you can just use the plus equal, and then we can print there are odd count, odd numbers, and you can see because this is under the else, it will print more than one time, because maybe we execute this line first. You can see there are 1 odd numbers, so this is because we have we have 65, and also we have 85. So this is when this is 65, it will output there are 1 odd number. When this is 85, it will output there are 2 odd numbers. We can just add something here. This will be more clear. You can see when this is 65, it will add 1, and this is 85, this will add to 2. So at last, this will also output the even count numbers, and there are 3 even numbers. We can not just look through the list, we can look through the string. For example, we have the hello world this word, and we can see for letter in hello world we can print letter. So you can see we have H, E, L, L, O, and then we have the space. So we have the space here, and then we have W, O, R, L, D. And this is how to look through the string. And we can also look through the tuples. So you can see there are no difference at this case. This just like look through the list. We have apple, banana, and orange. So if you have this tuple unpacking, which means the tuple inside the list, and for example we can look through the list, and you can also imagine we can output 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. And if we just like destructure it to A and B, so it will mapping it. A is equal to 1, b is equal to 2, and so on. So you will see it has the first and then the third time is 5, 6. And we can also do this like here, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. But since we just want to output the middle one, we just want to output the 2, 5, and also the 8. So we just want to pin the B here. So we can, just like this, we can pin the 2, 5, and 8. And last, we can also look through the dictionaries. For example, we have dict1, color red, fruit banana. The animal is equal to elephant. And then we can look through the dictionary. And just like the previous one, you look through the list, string, and also the tuple. We can have the key. We just have the key, fruit, color, fruit, and animal. And actually, if you want to also get the value red, banana, and elephants, you can use the dict1.items. Then you will also have the tuples, the color red, fruit, banana, and also the animal. And you can compare this if you want to look through the tuples in the list. So it will become, you have to use the key value pairs. So you will get the key is color, the value is red. But since you just want to, if you want to print out the values only, you can just print values. But if you want to print out the key only, you can just print the keys. And there is more easy way to output the keys is to use the dict1.keys. Then you will just output the keys. And if you just want to get the values, you just use dict1.values. So which means that if you want to get the key and also the values, then you have to use the dict1.items. But if you just want to output the keys, then you use the .keys functions. And if you want to output the values, you just need to use the .values functions. In this part, we are going to talk about the while loop. So the while loop is when x is equal to 0. While x is smaller than 3, then we will print x, and then it will add by 1. So you will see for the first one, it will print the 0 because it's fulfill the condition that x is less than 3. So it will add 1 by 1 until when this is 3 is not less than 3. So it will not output the value 3. And we can also add the else after the while. So for example, you can see while x is 3 or greater than 3, then it will print out these values. So you can execute this, and you can see when the value is 3, then it will output 3 is not less than 3. But in this case, you will see actually there are not much difference if you just comment this, and then we just put the print outside the while loop. So if we execute this again, because it already fall outside the loop, then it will go to print the value 3 is not less than 3. And then the other things that we have to know, we need to know the pass statement. The pass statement actually is the placeholder for future code. So sometimes you add the conditions, maybe inside the loops, the function definition or class definition, or in the if statement. For example, in this case, if you want to create a for loop and then for x in range 0 to 3, then actually you may want to print something, but if you just leave the commands like in other programming language, then it will have the error that the indentation error expect an indentation block. So it just can, for example, if you print something, this is okay, but you cannot leave it as a command. So the point, the things that we can fix this is to use the pass statement. So now you can see we can leave it without any error, and we can pass it and print the end of the code at this statement. And then the other thing is the break. I think you may already seen it before if you already learned other programming language. So what the break is if in case I is equal to 3, then it will break the loop and stop the program. So every time if it fulfills the condition that not equal to 3, then it will add by, the I will be added by 1. So you can see this will go to, if I is equal to 1, then it will output, it will print the 1. Then because I is not equal to 3, then it will still go to here and then add by 1, then this will go to 2, and 2 is not equal to 3, then it will add by 1, then this will become 3. So the 3 here is because we already added the value, and then it go to this part, it will print the value 3, but at this line when it put the value 3, then 3 actually is equal to 3, then it will break the loop. So the next thing is continue. With the continue, let us try to just edit this, replace this with continue, then it will forever looping at the value 3, and this cannot stop because it always fulfill the statement. But the first thing is we need to stop the program, and then let us discuss it. So when I is equal to 1, then it will print the value 1, and then it will go to, just like before, it will add 1 and then go to 2, and then if the value is 2, then it will add by 1 and then it will print the 3, and then 3 it will continue. The continue means it will skip this line and back to the loop, but the problem is this will always become the value 3. So now this will forever looping like this. It will continue output 3 because every time it go to 3, then it will continue and back to the print I. So the way to fix this is first we have to restart the kernel, and then in order to fix this, instead of putting the I plus equal 1 at the end, we put it at here. So you can imagine if this is equal to 3, it will not print anything but skip to here, but this time it will go to added by 1, then this will become 4. 4 is not equal to 3, then it will continue the loop until the value is equal to 5 or 6, because when the value is 5, this will still fulfill the condition, then it will add by 1, and then it will print the value 6. But then at this time the 6 is not less than 6, so it will not print the value 7. In this part we are going to talk about some useful operators, and the first one is range functions, and the range function returns a sequence of numbers starting from 0 by default and increment by 1, and stop before a specific number. And for example, if you range 1 to 5, then it will create if you use the list function, and then we can list out the values that start from 1 and stop before 5, so it will get 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can also use the step size. For example, we can start from 0 and then stop before 10, and then with the step size 3, so this will go to 0, and then at 3 it will go to 3, and then at 3 again it will go to 6, and then at 3 it will go to 9. And we can if you just start from 0, you may use this list and then range from 0 to 5, but we can also use a shorter method, which we just put list, which is range 5. It will also get the same result. It will start from 0 and then go to n before 5. And the second operator is the enumerate. The enumerate can convert a tuples into an enumerate object. So if you already has x is equal to apple, banana, and cherry, then if you use the enumerate, so what you get is you cannot see this at this stage. You have to use the list, then it will have the index. So if you look at this, you can see we have 0 represent apple, 0 apple, 1 banana, and then 2 is cherry. So we can try to use the for loop to look through the enumerate x. It will also print out these values. So you will get 0 apple, 1 banana, 2 cherry. So if you remember the tuple unpacking, we can use a bracket AB because there are two values. But if you just want to output the values, the second one, so if you want to output the apple, banana, and cherry, you can use print B. The third function is the zip function. The zip function will return a zip object, which is a iterators of tuples where the first item in each past iterator is paired together. So for example, AB, these two will pair together, and the second will pair together, and the third is paired together. If you create a x is equal to zip AB, then you can see these two is equal to these two. So we can also use these for two lists. For example, A is 1, 2, 3, B is apple, banana, orange. Then you should expect that this will become 1 apple, and then a bracket, 2 banana, and then another bracket is 3 orange. So it will just like this. So we can also print out this by using the for loop. And so we also can see if the past iterators have different lengths, the iterator will, with the least items, decide the length of the new iterator. So you can see at this part, B only has 3 items, and this has 6 items. So this will depend on the length of B. So at least this list will have 3 items only. So you can see this exactly the same as this one, even though A is longer at this time, because it will skip 4, 5, 6, because the length of B only has 3 items. For the in keyword, there are 2 purposes. The first one is to check if a value is present in a sequence like list, range, or string. And then the in keyword is also used to iterate in for loop. So I think you already see this before for the for loop. And first we execute fruit is equal to apple, banana, orange. And you can check whether the orange is inside this list. So we can use orange in fruit. Now this is true because orange is inside the fruit. And we can also use this to look through the fruit. And then for x in fruit, then it will print x. It will have apple, banana, orange. And we can also check if the fish inside this list. And you can see this is not in fruit. We have not here. So the result is true because fish is not inside the fruit. But if you delete this, you will get false because fish is not in fruit. For the min value and max value, we can use the min and max. So for example, you can pass the list of values and then we want to find out the minimum value, and obviously this is 1 because 1 is the minimum value among these 5 numbers. And x is, if x is the list that has these 5 numbers, then we can find the minimum values by using the min x, and then the maximum value is max x. So the maximum is 69 and the minimum value is 1. And last, this is the first time we have to import the modules, and because we want to use the shuffle, and the shuffle is inside the random modules, so we have to import the randoms, and then the shuffle will take a sequence and returns a sequence in random orders. So we have the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we use the random.shuffle, and then we can output the x. We can see the orders in different orders from this one. And if you want to just use the shuffle, we can also have different type of import, just like from random import shuffle and then shuffle x. Now we can also get another ordered list. There are many other functions. Actually, you can use random dot and then tab. You can see you have many other type of functions inside the random, but this time we just show a very easy one. The random.rand in is to create a random numbers from 2 to 10, and both this time both are included, and we can see it will get the random number 7, and this time you will get 2. So each time we'll have some difference. And at last, we are going to use the input function, and maybe you will see more in later chapters. And x is equal to input, enter your name, and this will create a input box. And if you are using the terminal, and you will also have to input your name, your input. And for example, if we input Tom and then print hello, and then you pass x, and it will output hello Tom. And we can also we must also know that the type of x actually is string. So even if you input the value is a number, you have to convert this to numbers, integer or floating values, rather than just use these to do some calculations. In this part, we are going to talk about the list comprehensions. The list comprehensions offer a shorter syntax. when you create a new list based on the values of the existing list. And this is the traditional way. For example, if we have the list 1 is just like this, and then we want to create another list, and the condition is if we want to extract those value is greater than 10, so you should get the 17 or 47, these two items, into the list 2. So we will say if x is greater than 10, then we will append the values. So we will get the list 2 17 and 47, but there is a more shorter syntax. So for example, we create this list again, and we just use the x for x in list 1. So it will look through the list, and the condition to return the item is if x is greater than 10. So this will put the condition at the end. So it will also output the same list. And there is a shorter way if you just want to create a list from 0 to 9. Then we will use the range function that will start with 0 and not include 10 and before 10. And then we create another list if this list we want to do some calculations. We want each item multiplied by 2, and we can use x star 2 for x in range 0 to 9. Now you can see each of the values is multiplied by 2. And the other is if we want to multiply two lists. For example, the traditional way is if there are two lists, one is 136 and the other is 10, 100 and 1000. We want to multiply each of the items. For example, we want to get the 10, 300 and 6000. So because we assume the two lists is the same, so we will check the length of one of the lists. We use the list 1 to check the list length, and then because it will start from 0, so it will use the list 1 first item multiplied list 2 first item, and then it will append the result. So it will get 10, and then it will then another is when I is equal to 1, then this will multiply together to get 300, and then when I is equal to 2, it will multiply 6, and 1000 will get 6000, and it will just go to I is equal to 2 because it will not include the 3. So now you will get the result is 10, 300 and 6000. But there is a more shorter way is this may be more complicated. So I will also suggest if you this is more readable, so you do not need to pursue this way to do the same, because this will not be readable by other programmer. And this is just to let you know the result or the how to write in this comprehension. So for example, we have to use the zip. So if you remember that we already know how to use the zip, so if we zip this to this, it will create a tuple. It will become 1, 10, 3, 100 and 6, 1000, and just like this one. So we will need to use the tuple unpacking, and then we will multiply each of them together. So this will 1 times 10, 3 times 100 and 6 times 1000. So after we finish this line, we will get the result also have the 10, 300 and 6,000. And the last part is we want to use the if else. If you compare with just using if, we will put the if at the end of this line. But if you use the if else, you will see the whole line will put before at the front of the line. So when you compare this again, we use the if, we put the if at the end of the line. But for this one, instead of x for x, we put the condition after the x, after the first x. So if x is greater than 10, then we will return x. So if x is greater than 10, it will return the values. For example, the first one is 17, it will return 17. Otherwise, it will return the values small. So now this will become 17, and this will become small, and this will become 47 because this is greater than 10, and so on. So now you will see for those value is less than 10, it will display the text small, and the other will display its own values. And we can actually let both of them return the text. So this will, if x is greater than 10, this will return the value greater than 10. Otherwise, this will return the values smaller than 10. So now if we execute this, now you can see the first one is 17 greater than 10 and 7 smaller than 10, and so on. So now each of these makes sense. For those values greater than 10, it will display greater than 10. So this is how to use the list comprehension. In this part, we are going to demonstrate how to get help. For example, if you do not remember what function that we have, for example, we already has the list one. The list one contains 1, 2, 3, and then we type list one dot, but we forgot what function we have, so we hit tab. Now we can see we got append, clear, copy, count, extend, index, and then we use for example append, and then we can hit shift tab to get to know what is this. So this is to append the object to the end of the list. So now we can append 6. Now we can see it append the 6 at the end of the item. For example, this is this one dot here, and then we hit shift tab again. It will remove all the items from the list, so we can just hit the dot here, and then this one, then this will become empty list. And actually we can use the help function, because sometimes you are not using Jupyter Notebook and you are using Spider or VS Code, then you will get help from the terminal, and this will display at the terminal, and which is the same as using shift tab. And of course you can also type using Google. For example, if you want to use the list clear function and you do not know what to do, and then you type list clear and then type Python, and then you can type documentation, and then usually the first one already the results. So you can see there are different functions, and it will describe how to use the functions. So this is how you can get help from the Jupyter Notebook and also the documentations. In this part, we start to learn how to define a functions in Python. And in Python, we use the definitions df to define the functions. And the function name, we use the snake case, which means all are lowercase, and we use the underscore to replace the space. And also we use this as the block command. So everything inside this triple double quote will become command and it will not execute. And this actually is the same as for example, if you copy these two lines, and then you can use the hashtag to make this as command, but this is more convenient because this just use this to wrap all the paragraph to make this as command instead of adding the hashtag line by line. And then after you define the function name, you can for example you can print out the hello, and then you execute this by copying the name and using the bracket, and then it will also display the hello. And you may think this function seems very useless because this is just a demonstration on how to create a simple functions. And remember, if you do not add the bracket, it will not execute. It will just let you know that this is the functions. So remember to add the bracket or the parenthesis. And then we can also pass the argument here. For example, we can say hello and then put the name here, and then we print out the hello name. So after we use the say hello and then we pass the row, and then it will combine the hello world and it will display hello world. And actually this is any name that you want to name it. For example, if you can place the A here, it will still working well. And the next part is divide add num1 and num2. And what I want to demonstrate is that the difference between print and return is print is actually just for testing, so it will print out at the terminal and let you know. For example, you want to know the function is working or execute at this line, and then it will return num1 and num2. But this line will not cannot be stored inside the variable. So for example, if you define the result is equal to add 1 and 2, now you can see it just print function is working, but what stored inside is not function is working. What inside the result we can see at here. If we print the result, we get the value, and the value is coming from this num1 plus num2, which is 1 plus 2. So this is what the difference. The print usually just for testing or display at the terminal, so you can know what happened inside the functions. And for the return, it will store the value inside the variable. In this part, we are going to talk about the default parameter values. So for example, sometimes if you remove this and we execute this and then we say hello, and now you can see there are missing one required parameter, and this is because actually you have to pass the name to make it work. So it is better sometimes it is better to have the default values. For example, this is name is equal to Tom. So if you are coming from other programming language such as JavaScript, you may already have a very similar syntax that you can pass the default value. So for example, if you accidentally remove or forget to add the name, it will have the default value and still keeping to saying hello Tom. And for example, if this one and define sum num1 and num2, this is return num1 plus num2, and then if you add some here, and again this will have error. So this may be better to define the value is 0 first. So even you forgot to add any values, it will return the 0. So sometimes if you have some function, actually somebody do not have any values of this, then it will default getting the value is 0. So now you can also pass the sum which is 2 and 4, then you will get 6 instead of 0. But remember, this is also the problem of the dynamical type language, because it did not define any variable type, so you can pass anything into it. For example, if you concatenate, if you pass the string type 2 and string type 4 accidentally, because sometimes the return value actually is string, not integer or floating values, you will get 24 because it just concatenate these two values because they are string. So you may need to check it whether this type is number or string before return the values. In this part, we are going to talk about the indentations. And for example, if you look at this function, and we are going to check whether the list has orange, and if orange in the list, then it will print out has orange, else it will print no orange. So if you execute this function, I should execute this first. Now you can see no matter this whether we have orange or not in this list. For example, we put a 2 here. We can see even though we have no orange, we also have program finish this line. This is because this is outside the if-else loop, and so there are difference if you put the print a tab here, and it will under the else. So if you execute this one, you can see there are no difference because it is under the else statement. But if you delete this 2, I should execute this first, and then you execute this again. You can see this line disappear because this is under else statement. So this is the difference. If you do not, if you put the indentations, this will inside the else statement. And there are also some difference for the break and return. And for the break statement, it will break a loop and exit a loop. So this will exit this if else. But if you use the return, you will actually exit the whole functions. For example, if you put a return here, after you check the number has is divisible by 2. For example, we have 1, 2, 3, and you should expect that if there is one number is divisible by 2, then it will return and exit the function. So actually it will not output this line. So we can execute this one. You can see it has even, and it only can execute no even numbers when it will not under the if statement, and it will go to the print no even numbers because it's still inside the functions. However, there are some difference for the break. If we use break here, and then it will just break this if else. So we execute this, we can still see this no even number, this line, because it actually just breaks this if else statement and go to this print no even numbers. So if you want to actually exit the whole function, because we already find has even number, then we should use the return instead of just using break. In this part, we are going to demonstrate how to use the tuple unpacking in the functions. For example, you can see we are going to check the age of all the users. And first we have the results is Amy, and 45 years old, and John is 76 years old. And then we have the check age function. The check age function is going to put the list inside here, and then it allows the user to input their name and also their age. And you can see we have the integer at here, because no matter you input from here, it will turn out to be a string. So you have to convert this to integer or floating values in order to do the comparisons at here later. So after you get the name and age, then it will append at here, and you can see this is also an integer. So now you have the age and also the name, and now you have to define the max age is equal to 0, and then the max user is an empty string. And then for each of the user, we are going to compare with the max age and also the max user. So if the first one is 45, 45 is greater than 0, because at the first time we use this function, 45 is greater than 0, and then the max age will become 45. And then later, if this is 76, 76 is greater than 45, then this will turn out the max age is 76. And then we will get the max age is 76, and the max user is the user. And this is the tuple unpacking, so it will get the value John, and also the age is 76 at here. And this will return the max user is John and the age is 76. So now we can try to execute this statement, and then we are going to it will return max user and max age. So now you can have max user and max age. It will then put it at here by using the fprint, and then it will told who is the oldest person and his age. So for example, we execute this one, it will ask you the username and also the age. So for example, we put the value is Tom, And then we want to put the age is smaller because we want to check whether John will appear. Now you can see, because if you put 12 at here, the 12 cannot be greater than 76. So actually this will not go to mass age is Tom. This will not execute this line. So it will remain the mass age is 76 and the mass user is John. So now you can see it will get John and the age is 76. So if we execute this again and then we type a Tom2, and then this time we for example we set the age is 92. So now this will get the oldest person is Tom2 and his age is 92. And the other is you can actually do not use the tuple unpacking here. You just return the result, and then it will also can display the Tom and also the age, because it will get the first one and put it here, and the second one, because we have the index, and put it here. So let's check it. For example, we put another name such as Alan, and then for example 88. Now you can see this is Tom2 and this is 92. It has used this result. And let's see, oh yes, because we're still using Tom is the greatest one. So for example, Peter is 100 years old, and then we execute this one, and now you can see we have the tuple is Peter and the age is 100, and now you can see the result is Peter and the age is 100. So this is how to use the tuple unpacking inside the function. In this part, we are going to demonstrate how to use the return the values and then pass it to the functions. So the first function is to choose a number, and what we want to do is the first thing is choose the number, and then the other function is let the user to input the guess, and then the final one is to check the answer. So the first function, which has randomly choose a numbers from the computer, so it will return a value, and I want to pass it to the lucky number here, and then the user input number will pass it to this is the G for guess number. So for example, we have to use the random modules, so we will have to import the random modules, and then we create a list from 1 to 10, and then we create a functions, and then the lucky number is to choose a number from a list. And now we can get the number is 8. So the next part is we define the guess number, so we allow the user to put the input. So for example, if we execute this one, we will, for example, if we do not know this number, we put a 5 here, and then we go to check the answer. by using these functions. And then we will pass this, for example, check answer, and then we will pass the lucky number and also my guess. Now you can see the answer is wrong and the lucky number should be 8. And I think I have to recall this. You have to return a integer value, so you have to use the int to wrap the string, because we have taught before the returned value from input should be a string, so you have to cast it to the integer, so you can compare the values later. And then at here you have to cast this to the string, so you can concatenate with the sentence before. So the full code, the full programming code is like this one. So we have to comment this, because this do not make sense that actually you already know the lucky number is 8 and then you input the number 5. So we have just need to use this. And now if you choose the 8 again, this will wrong because the lucky number is 8. So this shows it already get the random values by using random not choice. So it choose a random values from the list, and then you guess the number, and then you pass these two values at here to check the answer, and then it will show the lucky number is the value of the lucky number. So you should know that it do not cheating. So you guess 8 and then the value is 4, so you have the wrong answer. In this part, we are going to talk about the args and also the keyword args. So every time we define a functions, we will doing something like this. We for example, we go to add two values. We will create this to a, b, and then return the a and b. And this looks well when we pass only two values, 2 and 3. It can successfully return 5. But if we want to add more values to the original values, for example, if we want to add 2, 3, and then 4, then it will have the problems that it only takes 2 positional arguments. So there are 2 arguments here, but we gave 3 here, so it do not know how to do it. So this is the benefit of using the args here. So for example, we define the sum all here, and then we just pass the start args, and then we print the args. So I just want to let you see what happened inside here. And then we define the sum is equal to 0, and then we look through the args. So maybe we just execute this first, and you can see what we print out actually is a tuple, and then it iterates through the tuples. So the first one is 1, so the 1 plus 0 is 1, and then the second one is 23, so the 23 add 1 is 24, and then 24 add 4 is 28. So you will get the returned value is 28. So no matter you add how many values here, it can still calculate. So the 28 plus 5, we get 33. So we can, for example, we add the comment here, and then you can see it had 1, 25, 23, 4, and then 5, and then we have the sum is 33. And then the next thing we want to talk is the keyword arguments. For example, and actually I forgot to say, actually you can just name it anything. The important thing is we have to put the star in front of this name. For example, we change it to items, and we can see the function still work properly, but normally we will use back the args because it will let other programmer knows what you are doing. So the second one is the function that we put the keyword args. And for example, if we define the function and then we pass a is equal to 1, b is equal to 2, and c is equal to apple, and you can see it actually will return a dictionary. So we can get to know the difference between args and also the keyword args. And actually we can pass all of this, and it will it can separately print out the args and also the keyword args. So now you can see the first one, we'll put it here, and then the 2, 3, 4 do not have the keyword, so it will become the args. And the last one has the keyword, so it has the dictionary fruit, and the value is apple. In this part, we are going to talk about the map functions, the filter functions, and also the lambda functions. So in the first example, we are going to use the map function. And first, we are going to create the list. If you remember the list comprehension, we can create a list from 1 to 5. So now you can see there is a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And in order to make them to have a square, we can create a function. So what we expect is 1 and then 2 square is 4, 3 square is 9, 4 square is 16, and 5 square is 25. So we will have a each items is powered by 2. So we want to create the function first. So we create the square functions, and then we can pass the number, and then it will return the numbers which is powered by 2. And then in here we create another list. So we execute this first, and then we create another list, and we map the function to the list 1. And in order to create another list, we have to use the list functions. So after we execute this, we can see we have 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25, which is this squared by 2. This is this square, and 3 square is 9, 4 square is 16, and 5 square is 25. And you may also, if you remember, you can use this powered by 2, and then this also can create another list that has a powered by 2 items. And this is just for demonstrate how to use the map function. So these two methods also can create a list which is powered by 2. And the next part is we are going to demonstrate another use case. So for example, we want to create another user list which has age between 1 years old and 100 years old, and we want to create 10 items. So we create import randoms, and then users is equal to random.rand int from 1 to 100, and then we create the users 54, 82, 17, 93, 18, and 24. And the first is we define another function is adult, and then we are going to check if age is greater than equal to 18, it will return adult, else it will return kid. So we are going to map the functions for each of the items. So we use the map is adult and then users. So for those who is greater than or equal to 18, it will return adult, this word, and the others will return kid. So let's have the try. So now you can see the list. Only one is kid, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth item, the sixth user, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is the kid. Other is greater than or equal to 18. So others are adults. The filter functions returns an iterators where the items are filtered through a function to test if the item is accepted or not. So this should be returned true or false. So for the filter, we are going to filter the adults. If the age is greater than or equal to 18, it will return true. Otherwise, it will return false. So the criteria is you have to create the function which is return true or false, so not the same as this one. So you can compare these two functions is very similar, except one is return the word and the other is return the Boolean. So now we can again map to the users, and since we already created a user list at here, we do not need to create again. So if we just want to filter those age is greater than 18, then it will have almost all of this, except that you can see the 17 disappear. So for example, if we do in opposite, now you can see we just have 17 because only this user is less than 18 years old. So we turn back this one first. So the last is the lambda functions. For the lambda functions, we can back to these functions, and you can see because we do not want to have the name of the functions, so we can delete the define. So the use of this kind of expression is because we just want to use this one times only. We do not want to make a very complicated functions. And we can then remove this. Now you can see this is very similar to this part, and because if we just add the lambda here, this already create a lambda expression which is the same as this one. So we make this as markdown. So now we can make a name as square is equal to lambda num powered by 2. So if we create this square, then 2 times 2 is equal to 4. And we can use this instead of using the square functions. And for example, we can map this part to here, and then which map to list one already created on the top. And maybe we remove this first, back to 1 2 3 4 5, and then we can execute this one. Now you can see we also get the same result, 1 4 9 16 and 25. And actually you can also replace this with square, because we already assign the name is square, so you may see this seem the same as this one. And now we can go to execute this again, and now you can see the results are the same. Maybe we change add one more item. You can see it really works for using the lambda functions. So we go to this one square. You can see we have one more items, which is 6 times 6, which is from the last item of this list one. And we can also use to return some text rather than doing some calculations. For example, for is adult, we can also use the lambda x, and we return the adult. So actually we are going to compare. Maybe we copy this. So this is actually this one. For the x, we want to check if the age is greater than 18. We want to return adult, so this is same as this one, and then else it will return kid. And so we can execute this one, and then we map the function to the user, and now you can see the results are the same. So you can also can expect how to do for the filter. So for the filter, instead of return the adult, we want to return true or false. So we just replace the adult with true and kid with false, and then we use the filter functions, and then use the filter that we just created for the users. And now you can see the results are the same. Maybe we zoom out this one. You can see this result is exactly the same as this result. So this is how to use the map function, the filter function, and also the lambda expressions. In this part, we are going to talk about the LEGB rules, and L is which imply refer to the local scope, and E is the encoding scope, and the G is the global, and B is built-in. So what is built-in? And for example, if we import we return it back to code first, and if we import the pi from math modules, and then we print pi, and this is the built-in pi. And so now we create a function like this. So first we we import the pi from math, and then we also create a pi which is global pi, and you can see the definition is the highest level in a Python script program or modules. And then we also define the pi, and this is the encoding pi. The encoding is the unit scope that is only available in nested function. So you can see this is a nested functions. And normally we do not have any enclosing scope if you just have one functions here, just like this. And L is the local scope, and this is the local pi, because refer to this function, this is the local pi, and which is the most inside pi. So if you run this, you can see this will refer to this pi, and we get the local pi, and it will go upper and upper, or outer and outer. So if we comment this one, and then if we run these two statement again, you can see this will point to this pi. This is the enclosing pi, because you cannot find any locals or local pi here. So it will go up one stage and go to find the enclosing pi. And again, if we comment this, and then we execute these two program again, it will refer to the outer one, and this is the global pipe. And if you also comment this, so you can see we do not have assigned any pi values. And then we execute this again, you get 3.1415926, and this is actually from the math modules, and this is the built-in pi. So you can see how to get the values. And you can also, the next thing is we are going to teach you how to use the global keywords. And what is the global keywords? And it is used to create a global variable and make changes to the variable in a local context. So for example, you can see this is the global variable, and this is the local variable. So normally we define x is equal to 5 inside the functions, and x is equal to x plus 3, so we will get x here, but this will not affect the outer or the global x. So for example, we create this function and execute these functions, and you can see the value of x inside the function is 8. But when you print x, so this refers to the global variable, and this will still have the 3, the value is still 3. So if you want to assign a new values to this global variable, you have to add the global keyword here. So I just simplify the calculation, and we assign the 100 to x. So we execute this one, and now you can see the functions. We execute the function 1, and then we print x again. Now this time the x will become 100, and you can see the difference if we comment this. Now you can see even we have assigned x is equal to 100, it still print the value 3, and this is what the 3 come from. But this is not a recommended way, because you will feel very messy, because you do not know which part is going to assign the new value to the global x, and this is not easy for readings for other programmers if you are cooperating with other programmers. So this is better to use another functions, and we are going to return the values. So you already make some changes inside the functions, and then you return the value x. So x is equal to function x. So this also will we assign the value of x, but this is more readable because you know this function is going to we assign the new values. in for the x. In this part, we are going to talk about the object-oriented programming. And first, we are going to talk about the class. A class is a blueprint or a prototype that defines the variable and methods to all the objects of a certain kind. For example, we create a class which is renamed as dot, and we do not add anything inside it first, so we just add the path. And then we create the dot 1 is equal to dot, and then we can check the type, and we can see this is a dot object. And now actually we have also experienced how to use the list. And if you remember, if you have the list 1, and then when you are typing the list 1 dot and press tab, you can see we have many different methods. So after we create an object, we will also add different properties and methods, and we can also access the properties by using dot. So we go to the class dot, and we have to use the init to start creating the object. So we define the init, and then we pass the self and also the name. So we have to pass the name for the dot every time we create a new dot. And then we use the self if pointing this object, the current object. So self dot name is equal to name. So we will pass this name here, and then the dot name properties will be equal to the name that you pass. So for example, we can create the dot. So if we forgot to put the name here, it will have the type error and set that is missing one required positional argument, name. So we have to pass the name. For example, we pass the name as lucky, and then we can access the properties name. So for example, if you type dot and then press tab, now because you just have one properties, so it will immediately pop up the name here, and now you can get the lucky because its name is lucky. And this part is we want to show you that actually this is just a conventional way to make these two have the same name or the same name. So actually we can use different name for naming the variable. And for example, if you pass the y here, and because we want to assign the properties is equal to the value that you pass, so these two you need to use the same name, and then you can use name too. So for example, we can still create a dot object by using this. If you pass the y is equal to Teddy, we can also access the dot to dot name too. We can still create the dot to where its name is Teddy. And now we are going to add more properties to this object. So we have the self dot name is equal to name, and self dot stand is equal to stand. So this is for checking whether the dot can stand or not. So for example, if we pass create a dot 3 is equal to dot, and then the name is Jasper, and then we set the stand is equal to true, then we can see it will have two properties that you can choose. One is name the other is Stan. So the first one is we want to choose the name, and which is Jasper, and then we use .3.Stan. Then it will get the value true. In this part, we are going to talk about the class attribute, and the class attribute is this one. This is outside the constructors, and the last chapter we already talked about the constructor, and within the constructor, these are the instance attribute, and this is the class attribute. So for example, if we create the dog3 is equal to the dog, and the name is the Jasper, and we already created this in the last chapter. Now we have the dog3 is equal to name, and dog3.Stan is equal to true, and we can also get the species. And later we will let you know what is the use of using the class attribute. And for every class, it has the methods, and methods is actually the function defined inside the class, but not the constructor. So we define the bug and self for the dog, and it will print wolf. And then again we create another dog, and then we have dog1.name, and if you want to execute the function, we have to use dog1.bug. Now we can see it have print out the wolf, and actually you can see the difference if you just access the properties or the instant attribute. You do not need the parenthesis, but if you are going to execute the function, you have to use the parentheses, the dog1.bug and parentheses. So the next thing is, if you are calling its own name, the object name, then you have to use the self. So even though we do not have to pass anything, we have to add the self here. So now we want to pass the number, but number is not the instant attribute of this class. So you just need to use the num, and we want to create a for loop. So every time if the user put the 3 here, and then it will print out 3 times the wolf, and then add its own name. So now we can have a try if again we create a dog1, and then we create dog1.count. And I forgot to mention that this time we use the class attribute count is equal to 0. So every time we create a new dog, it will add 1 here, and they share all the dogs will share these properties. So for example, we already create the first dog, and then I forgot to execute this one. So we got the dog1.count is equal to 1, and this makes sense because we should forget all of the above, because we start from here and we just add these properties. So when you first create the dog and it has 1 dog, and then for example we can we should try again dog1 bug and then 3. Now you can see we pass the 3 here, and then it will pop up, it will print 3 times this message. And then we create another dot, which is dog2, So now you can see this is not a typo. I just want to let you know that when you, even though you use the .1.count, you can see it has updated the value to 2 because now we already created a second dot here. And they share the same value. You can see the .2.count also has the value which is 2. And now we create the last dot and then dot 3. And then we get the .3.count is 3. And then all of the values for the .2, the count of .2 and the count of .1 are also 3. In this part, we are going to talk about the inheritance and polymorphism. And the inheritance allows us to define a class that inherits all methods and properties from another class. So the parent class is the class being inherited and also called base class. And the child class inherited from another class is also called derived class. So now we are going to create two classes. One is the dog and the other is the animal, and which is the base class. And it will also have a constructor, and we just has print to let us know that the animal is created. And it also has the speak functions, and it will also raise an error if the child class do not define any speak functions. So for example, now we have a dog and inherit from animals. So we pass the animal to here, and then we define another constructor, and then we use the super, and this will call the animal class constructor automatically when you create the dog class. And for the dog class, for the init method, we have the super dot init, and then we also has print dot created, and we also define the speak function which print wolf. Now we create a dot called Bob, and you can see we have animal created and dog created because it executes these two lines. And then because we also define the speak, and then we can expect that it has wolf. Now we create another very similar object or similar class, and this is cat, not the dot, but the difference is we do not define the speak function at the cat class, so it just has the constructor method. And still and because it inherits from animal, so we pass the animal here, and then we add Bella. Bella is equal to the cat, and then if we try to use Bella dog speak, and it will pop up and not implemented error, because when you look back it will raise not implement error, and the speak method is not defined. For the polymorphism lets us define the methods in child class that have the same name as the methods in parent class. So now we have cat. Now we also add the speak method here, but this time we print male. So now both the dog and also the cat has speak method, but they have the different results. And now the interesting part is if we look through the Bob and Charlie is the cat, and then we both of them we use pack dog speak. Now we can see each of them has different output. One is wolf and the other is male, and we can define another called any speak, then you can pass the path, and then we execute the speak method. So every time now we can use any speak for dog and also for the cat. So we pass the Charlie, and then it will get the Mel. And if we pass the Bob here, we can get the wolf. So this is how to use the polymorphism. In this part, we are going to talk about the special methods. The special methods are always preceded and followed by double underscore, and these methods are automatically triggered by a program executes. And this, just like this one, you have double underscore and double underscore in here. And so what is the special methods? For example, if you have a list which is 1, 2, 3, and you can see it print out 1, 2, 3, and if you use the print 1, 2, 3, you will return the list 1, 2, 3, and then if you use the length x, it will get 3 because there are 3 items, and because it knows how to interpret by using the length, and the list will know how to return the number, and it will return the number 3. And if you use the delete x, it will delete the variable x, and now you cannot see the x here. The x is not defined. But for the class, if you create an object like user, and here you can see we have created Tom is equal to user Tom, and his age is 18. And then if we check the length of Tom, and then we execute, and there is type error because the user has no length method. And then if we print Tom, it also cannot return anything. It just returned the user object. So if you want to define what it will return by using the print method and also the length method, you can use the special method. We can use the special method. For example, this is double underscore and double underscore, and we put the string here, and then we return the hello, my name is self.name and I am self.age years old. So it will return, for example, in the Tom case, it will return my name is Tom and I am 18 years old. And for the length, it will return the age. So now again we create the Bob, the user Bob, and the age is 24, and then if we check the length, it will 24, and then if we check the print, it will have hello, my name is Bob and I am 24 years old, and then we delete Bob. Now you can see we can use the length, and you can also use the print method, and then we delete Bob. Now you can see the Bob is not defined. And if you want to let the user know that the Bob is deleted, you can also add another special method, which is delete, and then it will print the user self.name is deleted. So for the previous case, the user Bob is deleted will be print out. So Peter is equal to user Peter 28, and if you delete Peter, the user Peter is deleted. So this will return the string from here. In this part, we are going to talk about the modules and package, and we have to use the VS Code. So we launch the VS Code at the Anaconda. And now we are also demonstrate how to import the modules from folders. So for example, we create a folder called main package, And inside this, we create another files called module m.py. And then inside this, we create another functions called function m. And then it just displays function m from module m. And to let the program know this is a modules, you have to add a file called init.py, and we do not need to add anything here. So for example, if you want to import these modules, you can import module m. We can use from main package import module m, and then we can use module m dot function m, and then we use Python main.py. Now you can see function 1 from module 1 and function m from module m also displayed here. And if you have another subpackage, so for example, we create another folder called subpackage, and then we create another file called module s.py. And then we can copy this and go to here, and then we type function s, and then we type function s from module s. So this is actually very similar. We have to create a new file called init.py, and then we go back to the main.py, and then we go to here and type from main package dot subpackage import module s, and then we type module s dot function s, and then we use Python main.py, and you can see all these three messages displayed here. And actually we can also you may already see import module m as m, and this will shorten the name. So you can use m.function m and s.function s, and then we save it, and then we execute Python main.py, and you can still see these three messages. So this is how to use the modules from the main package and also from the subpackage. In this part, we are going to learn about the double underscore name and then double underscore after. So first we go to create a project folders. So we use learn name, and then we use cd learn underscore name, and then we can type code dot to open the VS Code. Inside this folder, we create file 1.py and also the file 2.py, and then we go to the file 1.py, and then we type print, and then we use my name is, and then we use this built-in variable name. And then if you now we go to terminal, and then we type Python file 1.py. Now you can see my name is double underscore main underscore, and this will be different if you execute this file directly, or you are going to use the file to run this file one. So for example, if you take this as an modules and then you use import file one, and then at here this time we use Python file 2, Python file 2.py. Now you can see my name is file 1 this time, because we are not execute the file 1 directly. Instead we use the file 2 to import the file 1. So when it executes this function, this name will become the file name, which is file 1. And and now we can go to each of the file and enter if name is equal double equal to main. So we are going to check whether this file is execute directly or not. So we can type our file 1 is execute directly, and then we type else print we can type file 1 is being imported. So we can save it and then save it, and then now we can clear this and type Python file 1.py, and you can see the file 1 is executed directly. And if you type Python file 2.py, you can see the name, the underscore, the double underscore name is equal to file 1, and then the file 1 is being imported. This has some problem because I forgot to change this. So if you execute this again, you can see the file 1 is being imported, so just like this, and the file 2 is executed directly, so it print this line. So this is what is the double underscore name, and this is the built-in variable, and it will show different name when you are using imports or execute directly. In this part we talk about the error handlings. So for example, if you see the result is equal to 10 plus the 10, but this is a string, and if you execute this, you can see there is type error, unsupported operands types for the additions, integer and string. So if you do not want to pop up this error, and it will block the next statement. For example, if you want to print end of the program, you can see it will not print end of the program. So we can use the error handling method. We can use the try, except, else, and you can see the definition here. The try is to try to let you test the block of code for error. So we will put the result equal to 10 plus 10. We want to try to test this block of code, and the except block lets you handle the error. So this will handle the error. So if there is error, we will print cannot add together, and the else will let you execute the code when there is no error. So if there is no exception, it will jump to here and print already print. So if you execute this one, you can see cannot add together. And let's just try to again put the end of the program. you can see although we cannot execute this line, we can see it will not block this code and it will still print the end of the program. So we remove this first. So in order to fix this, we have to change to integer. So we execute this. Now because it do not have any error, so it will jump to else and print already print. And we will talk about the finally block at last. And we put another example. If there is a list, there is only 3 items, and then you will try to print the items that do not exist. So this is the 5th element. So we execute this, and this will pop up another error, and this is the index error. So because each block of code may have different types of error, then we can use try, except for example, if you just want to specify when there is type error and then print there is type error, for the else is just like what we have done before, and it will jump to here when there are no errors. So if you execute this again, you can see it cannot deal with the index error. So now you can add one more line, except, and then if you do not know what error it will be, then you can type there are other errors. So if we execute this again, you can see this time it will pop up there are other errors, because this time it has the least error. And now if you want to specify the least error, and you can do just like this one, except index error, and then you do the things that you want, and then print. This time we print there is an index error. And now we are going to talk about the finally print. Finally always here. So no matter whether this block of code has error or not, it will always print at the end. Finally always here. So for example, if there is no error, for example we change this to 1, now this can execute this, and then there's no exception. It will print the second element, second item. This is 2, and this line is still here. So if we do the same error like before, and then execute this, and this will still here. So finally it's just like what we said of the code. The finally block lets you execute the code regardless of the result of the tried and except blocks. So it will always run this code. So this is how to handle the errors. In this part, we are going to learn how to do the code analysis with pylint. So we are going to create a folder for this project. So we make a directory called learned pylint, and then we go inside the project, and then we type code dot, and since we need to use the pylint, so the pylint, or we need to type pip install pylint, and then we go to the folder and create a new file called main.py, and inside this we can type a function called add, and then ab, and then colon, and then it will return the sum a plus b, and then we execute by printing the returned value we should print add 1 3, so we can we make a backup here because I want to show you another thing at last. So we save this, and then we go to the terminal, and then we type pylint, and then we type main.py, and now we can see we have the grade, or it has been rated at -6.67, and there are a few suggestions so you can make it better, but this is not a must to get a 10 marks. So sometimes for the readability you do not need to follow exactly what it suggests. So the first one is missing a new line, final new line missing. This one is very tricky because actually this is a very unexpected things that you need to paste and enter here. For example, now you can type the pylint main.py again. I forgot to save it. Now you can see we already cannot see this final new line missing, and you can see we just has 4 suggestions only, and we already add 3.33 marks here. And then the next is we are missing the modules dot string, and which means we have to do some comment at the beginning, such as the author is Kim, and then we go to use the pylint again. Now you can see we do not have that suggestion now, and now it turns to 0. 0 grade is greater than -6.67, and the argument A and B do not conform to the next case naming style. So this just the style do not affect the programming. So you can make your suggestion to change it or not. So now, for example, we can change this to num1, and then the other will become num2, and then we do this again. Now you can see it already turned to 6.67, and the last thing is the missing function or method dot string. So like this one, you can add some command and then set this function is for addition, and then we save it. Now you execute this again. You can see this time we have 10 out of 10, but again you do not need to follow all of this because this is not a must. And now we can go to here. What I want to show you is inside the VS Code we have a pylint suggestions at the extensions here, so we can type pylint and we can install this. Now we can see this time we have the suggestion actually is the same as before. You can see we have some missing function dot string, and actually this is the same as here. And we can also see the A, B, the argument does not conform to the snake case naming. And we can also see this. It suggests you have to add a new line at the end of the program. So this is how to use the pylint extensions. So if you want to use the extension, you can go to here and download the pylint. So this is how to use the pylint by using the command or the extensions. Unit test is to ensure the code still functions as expected after making some changes. And so we are going to demonstrate how to do the unit test in Python. So first we create a folder, the project folder. So we type learned unit test. And then we type cd learned unit test to enter the project. And then we type code dot to open the VS Code. So after we create the project, we can create a file called maybe we create a file called area.py, and then the other file is test area.py, and then we go to here and define a new function, define calculate quadrilateral area, and then we pass the length and width, and then we return the length. So this is of course a wrong calculations because we want to demonstrate how to fix it with the unit test. Maybe this is using the pylint, so there are some blue marks here. Maybe we ignore these, and later we will for example, we go to the pylint, and then we disable these functions, and then we reload, and then we go to the test area.py, and then we import the unit test. And because we are going to test the area.py, so we have to import the area modules, and then we create a class, and then test area unit test dot test case, and then we define the test area functions, and then we pass the self, and then we are going to check self dot assert, and then we pass the area because we are going to test using the area functions, the calculate cost area. So we use dot and then press paste the function, and then we pass the 2 and 3, and then the correct answer should be 2 times 3 is 6. And then we are going to check if the name is equal to main, so this will execute when this is executed directly. And then we are going to do the unit test dot main, and then we can now go to the terminals, and then we type Python test area.py, and now you can see the answer is 2, which is not equal to 6. So this is fail. So now if we go back to the areas and then times width, and then we go to Python test area, and now you can see the ran test in almost 0 seconds, and this is okay. And so this is how to do the unit test in Python. In this part, we are going to talk about the decorators. And for example, we have the hellos, and we have the function which is print hello. And now we want to actually add some functions, some more functions. For example, we want to print before hello function this word before and also after this print hello. And because we just want to temporarily extend this behavior, and maybe we don't want this function later, and we just want to switch off these functions. And in this situation, this is not good to add directly to the functions, and we just want to add a decorator to switch on and switch off the new functions. So for example, we have a new function called hello decorators, and then we have the inside it we have a wrapper function which has print before hello functions, and then we pass these we plan to pass a functions at here and execute the functions, and then after it executes these functions we will print after the hello functions, and then we will return the wrapper functions. And then in the next line we can see we have the decorated hello is equal to hello decorator, and then we pass the hello functions inside these hello decorators. And by passing the hello as an argument and called inside the hello decorators, we have these new functions. And then if we execute this function, we will see the before hello functions at here appear first, and then it will print out the hello, and after that we will print out the hello functions. And then in the next line we can see the hello function is like this, and it is much easier by using the hello the decorator syntax. And then instead of using this complicated method to add the decorators, and actually this is much easier by using the decorator syntax, is to above the hello functions we add the add and then add the hello decorator. And then this time if you just execute the hello functions, it will return the before hello functions hello and also the after hello functions. And we can also comment this if we just want to switch off this hello decorator. And now if you execute this function again, you can see we just see the hello. So this is how to use the decorator syntax. In this part we are going to talk about the generator. The generator is the function that returns the object that we can iterate over, and instead of return we can use the yield. So you can see at here we define the gen1 function, and then we yield 1, yield 2, and then yield 3, and then we can iterate the generator object by using next. So for example, we can define x is equal to gen1, and then we print next, and then you can see the first number is 1, and then when you print next again, you can see the second number is 2, and then if you print again, you can see 3. However, if you print next x again, you can see it has the stop iteration error because we only has 3 numbers here. But if you're using the for loop, it do not have the error because it will stop the iteration error and stop. This is the for loop functions. It already handle the error by stopping the printing functions. And we can see we already learned for x in hello world we can also print the character one by one, so you can see the hello world in this form. However, we cannot using the next by using the, for example, we defined hw. This variable is equal to hello world. However, if you're using next hw, you can see the string object is not iterator. So in order to turn it into an iterator, we can use the iter functions, which is used to return an iterator object. So we define h.iter is equal to iter hello world. So now this time we can using the print hello, print hw iter. So the first one is h. The second one is e. So you can see we can print out this one by one like before. In this part, we are going to talk about the collection modules, and we focus on the named tuples and also the counter. So we back to our project files, and we can see. So we execute this one, and then for example, if we have a letter, so we just randomly type something here, and then we can use the counter to count how many A's there and how many B's there, and also how many C's are there. So we take a look at the C, the variable C. We can see there are 5 A, 3 boy, and 4 C. And if you want to just extract this dictionary, and if you remember, this is a kind of dictionary, we can use dec.c. Now we get the dictionary, and we can pick how many number of A by using the dic, and then we put the keywords A there, and then we can get 5. And we can also, by using the c.most command to for sorting. So for example, you can see it will put the most occurs keywords here, which occur 5 times, and then 4 times, and 3 times. And then we also can get all the keywords by using list C. So we have A, B, C there. And for the named tuple, because if you look at this, you do not have any named there, we can using the named tuples by using the import named tuple. So for example, we create the user is equal to named tuple, and then you can see by pressing shift tab, you have to pass the type names and also the field names. So now you can have the name there, the field names. So we can let the Kim, this user, has age is equal to 5, and then name is equal to Kim. And then we can see by using type Kim, you can see we have the type user, which we defined here. So for example, if you define this is Apple, and then you have to change this to Apple. Yeah, this is user, and then we type Kim, you can get Apple. So this is why this has the user type, and because we defined it here, not because of here. And then we can also get the age by just like using JSON. We have Kim.age is equal 5, and we can also, because this is the first, so we can say Kim and then pass the index 0. And then if you want to get them, you can pass the 1 here. So we can get Kim 0 is equal to 5, and Kim 1 is equal to his name, Kim. In this part, we are going to talk about OS modules. And first, we can go to check our current directory by using the pwd. And now you can see our current directory is like this. And And you can create the file, if you remember, is to open the demo file.txt and with write, W stand for write. If you do not remember, you can click Shift Tab to open the documentations, and you can see this is the file name and this is the mode. And then we can write this is a test string, and then we can close the file. And now you can go to here and refresh, and now you can see this demo file. And now we can import the OS modules, and we can get the current directory by using the OS get current directory functions. And now you can see this is exactly the same as here, but the PWD is only work in Jupyter Notebook, and os.get current working directory can be worked in any OS system. And then we can use the OS list directory to list all the files. And now you can see this is the files that inside this directory, and actually this is exactly the same as here. And now the next thing we want to learn is to use this shell utility to move the file. So we want to move the demo file.txt to another directory, but since this is not a window, what I'm now using is macOS. So we can go to the folders, and we create this folder before. And now we can go to C, get info, and then we copy this path name, and then we change this to this one, and then we try to move this file. And now you can see it should move to the folders folder, and now you can see the demo files is inside these folders, and the folder name is folders. So now we can go to list all the files, and now you can see we have just 3 items, and one is the file.txt, the sub1, and also the demo files. And then if you want to remove the file, you can use os.remove.txt, but actually you should expect that it cannot be removed because the file already moved to another folder. Now we are using this directory, but now the file is inside this directory. So if you have removed this, you will have this file not found. So you should avoid this happen by using the if-else function. You can check the file whether it exists by using if os.path.exists. If this exists, then we will run this statement. Otherwise, it will print the file does not exist. So now this time, the file does not exist. And then if you want to move back to the current directory, you should copy this path and then replace this, and then move. And we should also add the demo file.txt. And now you can see the file should be already back to the original places. And this is the you can see the demo file here. And now if you this time remove this, you can see the file deleted. And if you back to here, you can see the file do not exist. And then we can get the current folders, and we can go to check the folders. For example, if you walk through the os.current folders, and because we are using the map, so we just use /folders, and then we will walk through the folders and check all the files. Maybe we add another folders, and this is sub2, and inside this sub1 you have sub1 and subfile, and inside the subfile, the subfolder, we have the subfile. You can see inside this you can get another file. So maybe we just run this os.walkthrough first. So it will walk through all the folders, and it will go to the path, and which means inside it will look at these folders. The name called folders. So if we print it, you can see this is the path of the folders. Then this is the subfolder. The first layer is sub1, sub2, and also the file.txt. So actually this is sub1, sub2, and the file.txt, and this is just the map file, so we can ignore this. So if go to the first one, the sub1, you have the subfile, and also the sub1, and then you go deeper, and then you go to the sub1, you will see the subfile1.txt, and at last it go to the subfile, the sub2, and because inside the sub2 you just has nothing here, so you can see there are nothing. But if you create, let's see whether we can create a file, or we create create a new folders, and then we type sub2, and then we execute this again. Now you can see inside this sub2, you can see there is sub2 folders, and then it will execute one layer deeper to go to sub2. So this is how to use the OS modules. In this part, we are going to talk about the Datetime modules, and so first we have to import the datetime, and then we can set the time which is the hours. This is the minute. So if you take a look at this, we can see this is 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 0 seconds. And you can get the minute portion by using time1.minute and time1.hour to get the hours. And then we can also not just set the hours and minutes, we can set the seconds and also the microseconds. So if you execute this line, you can see you can get time to the microsecond, which is 20. And again, if you print time 2 at here, you can see we can display the microseconds. So it will ignore this if there are no microseconds. And we can also set the to date by using datetime.dates.today functions. And now we can get to date. And we can also print back today, and you can see it will in this format. And we can also just like before, we can get the year portion, the month portions, and also the date portions. So you can see the year is 2022, and the month is 12, and today.day is 6, And we can also using the ctime format by just using .ctime. Now you can see we just not getting the time. Now you can see we only get 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, and we will do it later. But you can see we can also get which day in the week, and this is Tuesday. And now we can set the time. So for example, we can see this is 2022, and then this is December, and this is 5th, and this is the 11 o'clock and 4 minutes and 12 seconds. So now if you print this again, you can see this is what it looks like if you just use print. And if you take a look at the ctime format, you can see now we have the hour, the minute, and also the second. And you can see this is Monday for the 5th of December. And we can also change the time by using the replace. So for example, you can replace the month. So now you can see this is 12 originally, and now this is 11. And not just replace the month, we can replace the month and minute together. So we can see the date time 2 is 11. This is November, and the minute is 10 minutes. Now if you change again, turn it to ctime format, you can see this is Saturday, and this is November, and you can see it also display the this is Saturday. So if you want to get the time difference, well, for example, we want to know the difference between daytime 1. The daytime 1 is December, 5th of December, and then this is 5th of November. Then you can see we can get it by using daytime 1 minus daytime 2. So the result is 29 days, and then this is 86,000 seconds. And then we can also change get the type by using type result, and you can get this is the daytime.time delta. Now you can get the 29 days, but if you want to turn it all to seconds, you can get these numbers of seconds here. So this is how to use the datetime in Python. In this part, we are going to talk about the math modules. And if you round using the round function to round the 4.5, you will get a 4. This is not what we usually think that this is round up if this is greater than or equal to 0.5. This is because the Python round function is round to the nearest even number. So instead of round to 5, it go to 4. So you can expect that if you round 5.5, this will round to the nearest even number, and this is also what we think before is rounding up to 6. So now we are going to use the math modules. So we have to import the math modules. So if you have 4.2, then if you are using the math.for, you will go to the lower integer, which is 4. But if you are going to use the seeding, math.seeding 4, it will go to 5. And there is some constant from the math modules, such as pi. You can see this is the pi that we go to use to calculate the circumference of a circle or the area of a circle. And the math.e is the exponential. So this just for those very familiar with the mathematics. And math.inf is the infinity, and the math.not a number .nan is nan. And now we can see actually the math.not base is exponential. So if you use a math.not and then you pass the exponential here, it will back to 1. So this is just like this one. If you using the log e and the base is e, and e is stand for the exponential, it will go to equal to 1. So this is the log rule. So I am not going to teach you mathematics. So I think this you should already know about this. And then if you're going to use the math.log and the base is 10, then you will get this is 4. And you can also do it by yourself, because not 10,000 and the base is 10, it will go to 4. Now you can see this is 10 times 4 is equal to 10,000. So this is applying this log rule. Now if you are going to use the A tangent, so A tangent is equal to the inverse tangent. So if you are doing the inverse tangent of 1, so if you look at this diagram, and I hope you already know that. So if you inverse tangent, it will back to pi over 4, and this is in radian, not degree. So pi over 4, and if you want to this is actually equal to pi over 4, but you can change it to degrees mode by using math.degrees. So you can go to here and you can see this is 45 degrees, and you can check the table of sine, cosine, tangent at here. So this is actually math. So we can print it out, and this is actually equal to pi over 4. And you can check this by using print math.pi over 4. Now you can see these two exactly the same numbers. And you can change this to degree by using the degree modes or radian modes. So if you are already in radian, you can turn it to degrees. And pi actually is equal to 180 degrees. And if you have 180 degrees, you can turn it back to radians. So pi, you already know that this is 3.1415, and this is the pi. And then we can use the random modules, and I think you already have a look at this before, because we already have used the random modules. So now we have to import the random modules, and if you're using the rand int, and you can see the description, you can return the random integer in range from A to B, and which including both these two integer. So for example, you will you may have a chance to output the 10, and now you will get the 3. And if you have the seed here, so you can see at here, if you every time you execute this line, you will get different you may get different numbers. But if you already set the seed is 99 or actually any numbers, and then you go to rand in again, So no matter how many times I go to execute this line, you will still get the same numbers. So for example, if you output 10 times, for the rand seed is equal to 99, and then you print the random integer, you will see the 10 times you choose the number is the same. And now you go to here, and the first one is we go to create the list one, which is we go to create a random integer from 0 to 100, and then we go to choose create 15 random numbers, and the list 2 is just create a sequence from 0 to 20. Now you can see the difference. In this part, I just remind you how to use the list comprehensions. So for this one, you can see we have 15 numbers, and the range is from 0 to 100. We choose the number from 0 to 100. So it may have the same numbers, but for the list just range 20, it will just counting from 0 to 19. So the random dot choice is to choose a number from the list. So if you choose the random dot choice, you can see we have 17. But you can also choose not just one number. So for example, if this is k is equal to 15, so you can see it has the sample size is 1, but now we can choose 15, and then if we execute the result, you can see the result is here. We have choose 15 number. So for example, if you choose 5, you can see it only get 5, and you may not see the it already has replaced the choice. And then what I mean is you may choose the same number again and again, but because you just choose 5 number, you may not see there are more than one same numbers. So for example, if you back to 15, now you can see we already have 317 here. And if you remember, we have used the collection modules before, and this is convenient to check how many numbers of each item. So for example, you can see 87 had two items is also 87. So if you do not want to choose the numbers with replacement, we can use the random dot sample. So again, this time, if you take a look at this, each of the results are different, so we will not choose it again and again. If you use the counter, you can see all the results only happen once. And now we go to another. If you remember, we already used this shuffle. So if you first print these two, it is the same as before, but after you use the shuffle, you can see the ordering is different. And we can also create a random number from uniform distribution. So you may have a floating values, because this is not a integer. It just go from 0 to 100, and each will happen with same probability, and this is 92.21, and this is the random number from the uniform distribution. And the last one is the Gaussian distribution or the normal distribution. If you already familiar with statistics, you will already know that the mean is equal to 0, and the sigma is equal to 1 for the normal distribution. So this is the random number from the Gaussian or the normal distributions. In this part, we are going to talk about how to debug the programs. And the first one is I just create a main.py and also the command.txt, and I just let you know the command of using the debug modules and also the new method. So first we go to define some functions, and I just go to print hello1, and then we duplicate this and hello2, and then we also create the variable y is or x is equal to 2, y is equal to 2, and z is equal to 3, and then we go to print y plus z and print x plus x, and then we execute the function hello and also print x plus y, and we save it. And now if we go to the terminal and maybe we disable the pylint, so it will disable those unnecessary markers. And in the traditional way, we have to import the PDB, and then we can set the breakpoint by, for example, if we go to set the breakpoint at here, we can set PDB dot set trace, and then we go to for example, right before the hello or after the hello, we use the PDB dot set trace, and then we run the program like before, and then we use Python main.py, and now you can see it will go to here, print x print y plus z, because we have set the trace here. And we can use the help. If you type h, you can see the help menu, and if you want to see where this file is, we can type w for where, and now you can see the path of the file, and it's still at here. And we can also pass next by using and then it go to next line, and then if you go to next, it will go to hello, and then it will go to the you can see it will print out the hello 1 and hello 2, and you can see this is the next function. And you can see there is another thing which is the step into the function. Now you can see we just see the result, but we cannot step inside the function by using and. So for example, if we run again, you can see Q is to quit. So we type Q, and then we type Python main.py, and then if you type S, you can see again it go to the print x plus x and hello. And look, be aware of this. If you press S again, it go to divide hello instead of just print out the hello 1 and hello 2. So we press S again, you can see it print hello 1. And C is to jump to the next breakpoint. So if you type C, you can see it go to the print x plus y immediately. So I can show you again. If you Python main.py and then you just type C, it will immediately jump to here, and this is x plus y. And if you type L, it will print out the line numbers, and it will show you the code before this line and also after this line. And we can also set the breakpoint by ourselves. For example, you can set the breakpoint by using B, and then you choose, for example, you choose 13 or 12. So you type B 12, then it will set the breakpoint 1 at the line 12. And if you type one more, for example B8, it will set the breakpoint at line 8. And now you can show all the breakpoint by typing B, and you can see all the breakpoint. And if you want to clear the breakpoint, for example, you can clear by using the CL, and then this is not typing 8, instead you type 2, because this is the indicator imply the breakpoint number 2. So now if you go to press B again, you can see we just has one breakpoint. So for example, if you type B8 and then we type B, you can see the first breakpoint and the third breakpoint. And then if you just want to clear all the breakpoints here, you can just type CL, and then it will ask you whether you want to clear all the breakpoints, and then you type yes, and then you type B again. You can see there are no breakpoints here. So this is how to use the PDB modules. And nowadays you can see we can just delete the import PDB, and then we just replace this with breakpoint. So for example, if you type the Python, we quit this again, and then we type Python main.py, and now you can see it still go to y plus z. And then if you press C to continue, it will go to the next breakpoint, and which is here. And you can print the values by using P. So for example, if you go to here and you want to print x plus y, you can see we get 3. So you can see if x plus y and this is 3, and if print y and this is 2, print x and this is true. And so this is how to use the debuggers in Python. In this part, we start looking at the regular expressions. And the first thing is we are going to use the modules, RE, the regular expressions. And one of these functions is search, and this will scan through the string and looking for the first location. So the important thing is the first location that produces a match. So before, we already learned how to check whether there is a substring inside the text. So for example, the text is equal to hello world, and we check world in text. So if we execute this, we will get true. And then we are going to use the regular expression dot search. So we import the RE modules, and then we go to search for the world in the hello world. So we pass the text to here. So if you press shift tab, you will see we have to pass the pattern and also pass the string. And this is the hello world. So we execute this, and we can see the span is from 0 to 1, and you can see from 6 to 11, because the world is start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 5 is the space character. And now if we search the fish, there is nothing happen, because there are actually no fish inside this hello world. So we can create x is equal to re.search, and then we can use the start function to get the first numbers, the 6, and x.n is equal to 11. And the x.span actually will return this tuple. And then the thing that this the first only looking for the first location. The first location is like this. For example, there are tags: hello Tom, hello Peter, and hello Kim. But no matter how many hellos there, it will just return the first result, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this is the match. So in order to find all the hellos, then you have to use the find iter. So for example, for x in the find iter hello, and then you can print the x. So now you can get each of the span from 0 to 5 and from 11. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And also the 24 is starting from here. And if you want to just get the span, you just need to do exactly the same as here. So we just use x.span to return all the span, and then we use x.group to return that hello. So there are 3 hello there. And we can also use find all functions to return all overlapping matches in string or list of string or tuple. So again, we execute this, and we can get the length of x, and you can get the 3 because it will return a list. So for example, we type print x, you can see there are actually a list with 3 hellos, because in this txt, there are 3 hellos there. There are 1, 2, and 3. So we get this, and it is straightforward to get the length. In this part, we talk about the characters identifiers and also the quantifiers. The characters identifiers are just like this. If maybe we talk about this first. So for example, if in the previous lesson we learned that if you want to find whether there has this number as the substring, we can use the v.search, and you can see the positions. The span is from 19 to 31, and the match is this one. But if you change these phone numbers, you can see there are no matches here. So if you just want to get the phone numbers, or to check whether there is a phone number with this pattern, and what is this pattern is there are 3 digits and a dash, and then 3 digits and a dash, and then 4 digits. Then we can write like this, and instead of using the exact numbers, we can use /d, and because /d actually means the 1 digit from 0 to 9, so we can use /d 3 times, and then /d 3 times, and /d 4 times. And in order to indicate that this is a regular expression, we place the R, and it's just like fprint, but this time we use R. And then we can search whether there is something, maybe a phone numbers. So now you can see, even though we change these numbers, we can still get the match. And then we can get the numbers by using the x.group functions. Now you can see the phone numbers. And of course there are others character identifiers, like /w is the word characters. So for example, you can see the underscore is also a word character. So if you have /w 3 times, you can use the b_1, and there is also white space characters, and which is /s. And so if a/b/c, then you should get a, b, c. And the capitalized D and capitalized W and S, and actually this is opposite to the lowercase, because if this is a digit, then this is one character that is not digit. So this cannot be a numbers. So if this is a W, then this is the character that is not a word character. So it cannot be ABC, it can be a something like symbol, and so on. So if this is space, then the S is stand for space, then the /uppercase S, which means it's not a white space characters. Now we go to the quantifiers. The quantifiers, there are a few symbols. For example, the star means zeros or more. Plus means occur 1 or more times. A question mark means you can happen 1 time or happen no time. And 3, you can that is the number that you want. For example, this is from 3 to 5. So this is 3 times to 5 times. And if this is 2, then this is 2 to 5 times. If you just has 1 10 at the left side, which means this should be 10 or more times. And if this is 10, then the right side is 10, then this is at most 10 times. But if this is only have one number, then which means this is exactly 10 times. So what we can use is instead of we type /d 3 times, we can just use /d, just paste the 3 with the curly bracket, and this means it will occur exactly 3 times, and this is occur exactly 4 times. So now we get the x. The x, we still have the same results, that we get the phone numbers which occur at the position 19 to 31, and then star, which means 0 or more times. So for example, the text is equal to humans, output woman and men and demons, and we want to find all the word that end with man. So because we do not know how many words right before the man, so we use the W star. So for example, this is star, and then we execute this. We will output all the human, woman, and also the unman. And now if you want to check one or more times, so for example, the digit occurred 1 or more times, so there are 3 is digit, 11 is digit, 1 is also digit, 6 is digit, and 2022 is also a digit. So we should get these 5 numbers. And actually, I think this can also go to change to W, because they are exactly the same result. Just if we have one more word is man, then because this is the word is 1 or more time, then this will not be included. But if this is using star, because it can happen 0 times, so this will include the man. Now the question mark is 1 or 0 times. So you can see the W, the S, the Mr. and Mrs., they are similar words, just there is a S here. So we can find that Mr. and Mrs. are the matches, because the S happen 1 or 0 times. So if you want to check exactly 3 to 5 times, so for example, if we want to check whether we just want to extract those A happen from 3 to 5 times. So now we go to check the X. You can see this is 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. And 3 or more times, if you do this, use the same test, you can output from 3, 4, 5, and etc. So you get the X is starting from 3 A's, 4 A's, and then go to more A's. So if this is at most 3 times, so it will go from here and to here. So with those more than 3A, it will not be included in the in this result. And sometimes we will want to use the pattern again and again. So for example, if you just want to find out those numbers with 3 digits, and you can use the pattern is we.compile, and then we use the pattern to find all the text 1. So now you may see there are some result that is unexpected, because you may want to not include this one because this is not 3 digits, but this include their include 3 digits here, so it will also include it in this result. So in order to fix this, we have to use the word boundary, the /b, to paste right before and also at the end of the 3 digits. So we do it again. Now it will not include those 543 and also not include the 89x. So it will not include these two. Now we use this pattern to find the result in another text. So now this time you can use the pattern again. So this is why we use this v.compile. Now we can still see the 3 digits will be extracted to this result. In this part, we're focusing on talking about how to include and exclude some special characters. So let's talk about OR syntax. So if you import the regular expression modules and sometimes you want to search whether there is fish or bird, rather than you just want to search the bird, then you can add the OR syntax. So he loves playing bird, and you can use read.search, and then you paste the outprint, and then put the fish or bird here. Now no matter whether you are using the bird or fish, you can still see the matches from 17 to 21. And we can also use exclude. For example, if you have some text and milk and some special symbols, then you can use the not the power syntax. So you can exclude all of these symbols. So you can execute this. Now you can see it will just output those not simple. And then you can use v.find all, because you can see these output separately. Then we can use the plus symbol. And then if you remember the plus symbol, which means occur one or more times, so it will group it all together and become an milk and then we will remove all of these, and then we just have the bread here. And actually we talk about this at include. So because we used exclude here, we can, in an opposite way, we just include those not symbols. For example, this is A to C, lowercase, and A to C, uppercase, and also the numbers. So now if you execute this, you can get, so X is equal to milk and bread without those symbols. And if you want to join this as one sentence, you can use space dot join this array, and then you get milk and bread. So actually this is good for finding some pattern. For example, we want to search this pig head and long term which has hyphen in between. Then we can use outprint and then word plus hyphen plus word. And the word, because we do not know how many characters, we use the plus, which have one or more times by using the plus symbol. Then we can use the put the text here. Now we can get the pig head and also the long term. In this part, we are going to time the functions. First, we use the time modules to time the functions. So for example, if you remember, we have talked about the decorators. And the decorators is we can add the functions to the original functions, but we can also turn it off by removing the decorators. So for example, the original hello functions has print hello, and if we add the wrappers of decorators, and it will print the before hello functions, and then hellos, and then after hello functions, then it will print all 3 lines. And then in this time we want to import the time modules, and then the start time is equal to time bracket, and then we will pass the functions. For example, we have 2 functions here. One is using the while loop, so we create the function while, and the other is using the function for. So for n is equal to 0, and then this is equal to empty array. Then while n is smaller than 1000, and this one will append the math.square-root n. So you have to import the math in order to use the square root functions. And then every time it will add 1 to the n to n. So after it runs 1000 times, it will return the list. Actually, the for loop is doing the same things, but this time we use the for loop instead of using the while loop. And now we have used the decorators to these 2 functions. So for example, we remove the comment, and then it will create the start time and also have the end time, and then it will output the time used is equal to the end time minus the start time, so it will have the difference. And then now we can execute the function while, and then it will have the time used is 0.0049, and we use the function for, and then we execute this, and it will have the time is 0.0019. So in this experiment, it will have the result that the function for seems more efficient than using the function while. And actually we can use the Timeit modules. So what the Timeit module does is first it will pass the statement that you want to measure, and because we want to measure this function, so actually I just copy from here and then copy all of this and then paste inside the statement. And now I want to show you that if we do not need the square root n, then we just need to use the timeit because this is inside the timeit modules. The timeit functions inside the timeit module, so it will become timeit. And then the statement is what we have written here, and the setup is equal to pass because we do not have to import anything for these functions. And then we try to run these about 100,000 times in order to make the time more significant. So we can see this is 0.015. And then the other is because I want to show you that if we want to do the square root, and because you need the math modules, you need to import the math, and the statement is equal to the function for, and so we execute this. The setup will pass to here. We have to import the math, and now you can see the time is increased because it has used the square root functions. And actually, we can, for the Jupyter notebook, we can use this syntax for measuring the function for time and also the function while time. So we execute this, and the syntax is %% Timeit. Now it run it will have the time at the end. This is 1000 loop, and this is 2 millisecond plus 418 millisecond. And then if we run this function while, we go to the end, and we will show you in it 2.73 millisecond. So we can also use this syntax to time the function in Jupyter Notebook. In this part, we are going to talk about how to zip and unzip the file by using the zip file modules and also the shell utilities. So first, we go to create the two files so we can use for zipping these two files. So first, we create the file1.txt in write mode, and then we write the file1 this text, and then we close the file. And now if you go to here, you can see we have this file.txt. And then we go to here and create the file2.txt, and then it also in write mode. So now you have these two files, file1.txt and also the file2.txt. So you back to here, and then we import the zip file. We import the zip file modules, and we will create a zip file1.zip, and it will in write mode. So we can put the file1 and file2 later. So now you create this zip file. Now you can see under here we can see the zip file1.zip, but it do not have anything yet. So we have to write a file1.txt, and we use the compressed type is zip file.zip deflected. And then we also write another file to this zip file. So we write this file2 that we just created and put it inside this zip file1. So after we write these two files inside this zip file1.zip, we close this file, and now you can see this zip file1.zip. And then after we already has this zip file, we can go to unzip this file, and then we create a variable is equal to zip file.zip file, and then we put the zip file1.zip, and this is exactly the same name as here. And then we go to use the read mode, and then we will extract this file1.txt, and then we go to file1 folders, and the password is none. So it will just extract this file, and I will put this inside this file1 folder. And we can go to this file1 folder, and we can see this file1.txt file. And of course, this will be much easier if you just extract all to a folder named all files folders. So it will not go to specify which file you want to extract. So we extract this, and now we back to the folder, and now you can see we have all files folder, and you can see file 1 and file 2. Now we can also use the shell utilities. So first you have to import the shell utilities, and then I import the OS modules. If you remember, we can get the current directory path by using the os.get current directory. I just use this for creating the folder path. So if you do not need this, you can also delete the OS modules and type it by yourself. So now we can see we are currently using these folders. So for example, if you want to make the zip file, you can you have to put the file name, and then you have to put the zip. So this is .zip, and this is the folder path. So we want to for example, we have file 2 folders. So for example, we have to create a file 2 folders. So we go to create a new folders, and then file 2 folders, and then inside this we create some text file, for example, or maybe we create another folder, and then we back to here, and then we go to the path, and because the path because we are going to use the Mac OS, so we change this to file 2 folder. So now we are pointing to the file 2 folder that we just create, and we want to make the file name, the zip file name, to be zip file 2. So we can now go to make the archive by putting the name and also the format and also the folder path that we want to zip. So now if you back to here, you can see now we get the zip file 2 at the bottom, and we can also unpack after we already demonstrate how to zip the file. We will go to unzip this file, and we want to use the name unzip the folders, and then this is the extract directory, and the format is zip. So now we extract this, and we are looking for these unzipped folders. So the unzipped folders, and we can see we have another folders, and that is what we just put inside the unzipped file too. In this part, we are going to set up the Python for web scraping, and because there are a few modules that we have to install. The first one is the beautiful soup, and the beautiful soup is for pulling the data out of the HTML and XML files. And if you look at the documentations, when you're looking down, you can see that we have to install a parser, because if you use the beautiful soup, you have to pass the parser at here, and there are a few parsers that you can choose. The Python's HTML parsers and the LXML's parsers, and also the HTML5 library parsers. And this time we have to use the LXML, so we will also need to install the LXML. And at last, you have to make the request. So you also have to install the request modules. So back to the Anacondas, and you go to the base and go to the open terminal. Now we can type pip, and also we can install the pip install bs4, the beautiful soup. So I already installed bs4, and then at last we also have to install the pip install lxml. So if you haven't installed, you may show a little bit difference. So after you already install, you can back to the Jupyter Notebook, and then you can import the request, and then also import the bs4. So if you do not have any problems, then it already indicate that you already install the module successfully. So you can also make a quick test. So we import the request, and then we print the x.test. Now you can see the simple web page, and then we go to the beautiful soup, and let's see whether we can so let's take a look. So we can use soup dot beautiful soup. So maybe we can choose we can type bs4 dot beautiful soup, and we put the x dot test, and then we use the lxml that we just installed, and then we can copy this, print the beautiful print the soup.prettifier, print the soup.prettifier, and then we execute. Now you can see we get the exactly the same code, and so later we will go to get the text from for example, we can get the text from header 1, h1, and also the other tag. In this part, I'm going to show you how to get the title of the web page, and also actually get the any other HTML tag content. For example, if you view the page source, you can see we have the title W3 Schools Online Web, and we also have other things such as paragraph, a tag, and maybe or div. So now we go to our project, and first we have to import the request, and then we go to set the response is equal to the request dot get this web page, and then we can execute the response, and you can see this is response 200, and which means it has the response successfully. And if you type the type response, you can see this is the request dot models dot response. And if you use the response dot text, you can see this is actually the same as the page source you look at here. This is the doc type and then HTML tag. So now you can back to here, you can see we also has the doc type and also has the HTML tag. And now we can see this is not easy to read, so you can use the beautiful soup. So we import the bs4, and then we can use the bs4.beautiful soup, and then we put the response.test, and we use the lxml engine that we installed it in the previous lecture. So we use the soup, and now you can see this is exactly the same as this one. Now we can use this soup to get what we want. For example, we back to here first. We get the title, and we can see this is inside the array. So this is only the first item, or the only items. So we can get this title by using the index, and we can use .getText functions to get the text. And actually we can also use the text to get the text. So now if you go to here, we use the paragraph, and we can see there are many paragraphs. But if you want to, for example, you want to get this a popular programming language, and this is the fourth one, so we use the index 3. Now we get this. We can get this, and we can use the .text, and we can get a popular programming language. So for any other tag, such as A tag, you can see there are a lot of A tags. So if you want to use the third one, let's look at this one, and we can see this is reference, and then we take out the third one, and then we take out the text. Now we can see we got the reference this text. So this is how to get the content from the HTML tag. In this part, we go to get the text from the classes and also the ID. So the first thing is, just like before, we have to import the request, and this time we go to this Wikipedia, and we can go to view the page source. And then if you go to here and make the request, and then we import the BS4 like before, and we can see in this Wikipedia we have the table of content, these classes, and so we can go to use the TOC tags. So for example, we can go to here and get the TOC tags, and then for example, if we get the first one, we can get the characteristic, and we can also use .text. And sometimes, for example, if you want to make get this text editing, so we can specify the class, the TOC level 2 and the TOC section 2. So we replace this, and then if you already learned about CSS, you will know that using the dot, this is go to pointing to the class. So if you execute this, we get these sections, and these sections is including the editing, and then we get .text, and then we will get 1.1 editing and also the source editing. Actually, if you back to here, you can see this is source editing and layout consistency. In this part, we want to get the text from the classes and also the ID, and we use the Wikipedia as a testing page. So first, we just like before, we import the request, and then the response is equal to the request.get, and then we pass this URL, and then we use the beautiful for, so we have to import the beautiful for, and then we pass the response.text, and we also use the LXML engine, and then we can, for example, we get the TOC tags. So if you look at the page, we can see actually there are many TOC tags. So just like before, you can view the page source, and if you watch this, you can see we have many TOC tags, the table of content tags. So now we can see the characteristic editing and also the source editing. And now of course you can just like this one, you can use the index to point a specific one and get the text. But if you just want to get the maybe the inner text, so for example we just want the these sections, so we just want to output the source editing, the layout consistency, the basic index, and to the edit summary. And now if you look at the page, actually this is under the TOC level 2, and this is the editing, and this is the level 3, so we can use the level 3, and this will just output the source editing and to the edit summary. And how can we do this is to use the copy this and then we go down to maybe we use this one. The soup dot select, and because this is class, so we use dot, and then we also use to session 3, and we can see we have the only one span. And if you also pass the two table of contents, so we point to dot to the TOC text. Now we just has the source editing, and then we use the get text or text, we will have the source editing. So if you want to just output the session 3, the level 3, we can use to level 3 and select all level 3, and then we also pass the TOC text. Now we will get all the text from the level 3. Now we can output these 6 title. Now we back to here, and now of course you can just like this, we can pass this to the for loop, and then we just print out the text, and now you can see we have the source editing, the layout consistency, and to the potential malware vector. And now if you want to just point to the classes, you can use the hashtag, and I think I already did demonstrate this, so we can delete this part, and then we can see what is the site sort. The site sort has the content from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. So we can use the hashtag to indicate that this is selecting from the ID is equal to site sort. So we can get this, And again, we can use the index and then use doc text. So we get from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. In this part, we are going to grab the image from the website in the Wikipedia. And first, just like before, we have to import the request. And the response is equal to the request.get, and then we pass the Wikipedia and this URL to this place. And then we import the beautiful soup. And then actually we can select the image by selecting the image tag. But as you can see, there are many images, because if you look at the Wikipedia and you go to view page source, and if you check the img, you already get 24 image there. So you have to use another method later. But first we go to grab the image. And now we can see, if you go to copy this image link, and then we back to here and pass HTTP, and then we click enter, and now you can see this log. And actually this is coming from here, and this is the image that we just see. But now we actually want to get this picture, and if you look at this, and we can inspect, and now if you go to select this image, and now you can see actually we have the class name or thumbnail that should be thumb image. So we go to here and we just like this one, instead of the image tag, we use the thumb image class, and you can see if you pass the image, you also has a list of image, and we can check the length, because this is an array, and you can see there are actually 6 from image. And if you just want to get the first one, we pass the 0 index, and then we have the class by using the passing the class here, and we can also have the source, which is the image source. And this one, I just want to show you that you can set this to markdown, and then we pass this link to this image source. And so now actually you can get this image from the Wikipedia. And now again, we want to save the image, so we go to copy this link, and go to we copy this link, and then we paste to here, and then we save it, execute this line, and then we get the content. And now you can see this is actually the binary content. So in order to save the binary data, we have to use the open the profile picture. We want to save it as profile.jpg, and we want to use write binary. And then we pass the image url.content into this file. So we use f.write, and then we use f.close. Now if you back to the Python course and go to check whether we have the profile JPEG, and now we can get this. So we should check this Wikipedia, And this is the first thumbnail, and so we should go to here and change this to, this should not be the first one, and then we change this to this image, and then we should pass this image to here, and then we execute them again. We again open the profile.jpg and then write the image URL.content and then use f.close. So now if you refresh the profile image, you will get this guide profile image. In this part, I want to show you how to use the pillow to working with the image. And so we have to go to the terminal. So we open the terminal. And then we go to here and type pip install pillow. And then we back to the project and we go to from PIL import image, and then we define the variable chocolates is equal to image.open chocolates.jpg, and then we use type, and then we check the chocolates is the JPEG image file. So now if you open the chocolates, you have this picture, and now we can check the size, the file name, and also the format description. So chocolate.size, we have 512 to times 477. If you go to some photo software such as Photopea or Photoshop, you also have the image size is 500, and I go to do this again. Image size is 512 to 477, and then we back to here, and then we get the file name and also the format description, and then we go to crop the image, and we have the chocolate.size. And so actually this is this one, and I just want to let you easier to view the image size. So if you back to here, and I want to the X, we will use the XYWH, and for the X is from this direction, and for the Y is these directions. So what we are going to do is to check we start from, if you want to crop this image, for example this is 185 and this is the Y, and we can pull out the X. Now this is 11. So we can go to here and type 11 and then 185, and then what we are going to where we want to end is, so we pull this line and we get about 285. So this is X. This is the X. So we go to 285, and for the X, we go to drag this line, and then this is 108, So now we copy this image, and now we can see we get this chocolate, and we can set this as the variable as choco, and now we can paste on top. We paste this choco to the chocolate, and starting from 0, 0. So it's starting from 0, 0 means which is starting from here. So the chocolate will paste at here. So we back to this one, and then we execute. And then now you can see this image, this chocolate is on the top left corner of the original image. And we can do some calculations to paste at the center, but this is not at the starting position is at the center. So for example, if we have the size is again is 512, and the length is for this is x, this is y, is 477. Because this has to use the integer, so we have to cast this image, cast this size, which is over 2. So this is divided by 2, and the height is also divided by 2. So the chocolates now is starting from the center. So this is the center of the image, and then we will paste this at here. Now we go to here, and we also have the resize. The resize is now you can see this is we want to turn this about half the size. So 500 over 2 is 250, and the 400 we divided by 2 is 200. So we pass to here. Now you can see the image is much smaller, and we can also rotate 90 degrees. Now you can see the image is rotated by 90 degrees, but the original image does not change. And now we go talk about the LGBA. So if you are some designer, you already know what is LGBA. This is red, green, blue, and alpha. So we put the alpha, the maximum number is 255. So this is a filled 100% filled color, but we change this to 125. It will become a little bit transparent. And if you want to place this transparent, semi-transparent chocolate on top of this chocolate's image, again we can use this statement, and this is the same as before. This is the box, but we have one more thing is the mask. The mask actually is the same as the image, so we put on this, and now we go to C. Now we set the starting position is starting from 0 and 100, so this will paste the image at here. Now we go down and talk about the RGB. So the first one is we want to create an image with the size 200 times 200, and we have fully red and 0 green. This is RGB and 0 blue. And now we have the image. Now we can save this image by using image.save.red.png. And now if you go to the here, we can see we have the red.png. Now we can do this the same as before. So for example, if you fully this is red, blue, so this is a red, green, blue, so this is a green colored square, and so the last one is 100% blue, So this is blue square. So of course this may not be 255 or 0. You can change a little bit here. So we change this. Now this will turn to purple. So you have to know what the value of the RGB if you want to make a specific color. So this is how to working with the image by using the pillow modules. In this part, we are going to show you how to use the Python to deal with the CSV file. So the first thing is to read the CSV. So first we have to import the CSV, and then we have the example.csv in the SAM directory, and the CSV file is just like this. And we have the title or the header if you put this file into the Excel. And then we have the name, John Smith, the department is accounting, and the birthday is November, and the other person is Erica. The department is IT and the birthday is March. So now we have this information, and then we open the example.csv and we store it in csv underscore file. And then we use the CSV reader, the csv.reader, to read the file. Now we stored it in the list as X. And then we execute this one. And now you can see we have the UFEFF. So if you look at the Stack Overflow, you will see that there is solutions that you have to encode the file. You have to use the right encoding. So we use the encoding is equal to UTF-8 signal. And this is the UTF signature. We put this at the open file, so we have the encoding, and then we execute this again, and now you can see we have the name and department and birthday, and this is correct now. Now we can also use the using with open example.csv as CSV file, and then actually this is the same as before. CSV reader is equal to csv.reader, and then we put the CSV file, and then we use the for loop to loop through the readers, and then we use the comma to join them. So now we have the name, department, birthday, John Smith, accounting, November, and this is actually exactly the same as this one. Now this part we will going to discuss how to write a CSV file. And so for example, we define the CSV file. So we are going to create the CSV underscore file.csv, and this is the write mode, and the new line is empty space, and I will show you that if you do not have this line and what will happen. So we execute this, and we also use the delimiter as the comma, and then we use the CSV writer to write row. So we write a row, and the row is ABC. For example, this is the header, and then we write the multiple rows 1, 2, 3, and also the 4, 5, 6. So after we already finished, and then we will close the file. So if you want to add a new line in the existing file rather than create a new file, you have to use the append mode. So we have to put the A here, and also the new line is also the empty space. And then now we can put the CSV writer, and then we put the F here, and then we write another mode, and actually we can go to the see whether the CSV file exists. Now we have the CSV file is ABC 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and we added here. So we go to write another row is def, and then we close the file again. And now if you refresh this file, now you can see the def, and then we go to the next file. So I have to delete the CSV file. There is only one CSV file, then that is okay. And then we go to create another file, and now this time you can see we do not have the new line is equal to empty space. So compare with this one, and then we execute this, and also we have to use the delimiter is comma, and then this time we write the multiple rows, and then we close the file. So now you can go to the CSV file, and now you can see this is 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. You can see there are no difference, but because I'm using the Mac, if you are using the Windows, you may face the problem that it will have the / and / n at the end of each line. So this is what will happen if you, or what may happen if you're using the window. And this part we are going to open another CSV file, and this is the username.csv. And the difference is it has another type of delimiter. Instead of using the comma, it used the semicolon. So if you back to here, instead of using the CSV.reader without the delimiter, we have to add the delimiter is equal to the semicolon to specify the delimiter is semicolon. And then like before, we can use the list, and then we pass the CSV reader, and now we have the users, and now you can see we have 6 rows of data. But the first one actually is the header. So if you extract the specific information, we will first create an empty list. For example, we want to just take out the full names, and it starts from the first one, should be the second line to the last line. So the first row, this is the 0, the first, and 2, 3, 4, 5. So without including the 6. And then we append the user. The user 2 and user 3 actually is 0, 1, 2. So we take out the index 2 and index 3 items. So we have all the full names exist, such as Rachel Brokers and Laura Grade. So all of them are from the index 2 and index 3. In this part, we are going to talk about how to working with the PDF. And first, we have to install the PyPDF2. So we go to the Google and search PyPDF2, and when you click on this, you can go to your prompt or terminal in Mac by using the pip install PyPDF2. And then after you install it, you can import the PyPDF2, and then we have the file object, and we already has the file, which is writing a successful proposal.pdf in the same folders. And now we are going to use the read binary to read the PDF to create the file object. And then we use the PDF readers, the PyPDF2.pdf readers, and then we pass the file object. And then we can read the number of page by using the length, and then PDF reader.pages. And now we can see it has 9 pages, and this is the same as here. You can see the 9 pages. And we can extract a specific page. So if you want to extract the page 1 and the index is 0, so the PDF reader.pages and index 0, and then the page 1.extract task. Now we can see we extract the text from the PDF file, and you can see from the page 1 we have the writing a successful proposal, and this is exactly the same as here. And then we create the PDF writers, and because we want to create another file which only have page 1, so we use the PDF writer is equal to pypdf2.pdf writers, and we can see this is the page object. So the pdf writer.add page. So according to here, you can see this is add the page to the PDF file. So we just add page 1, and then we create another file, which is PDF file 1.pdf, and this is white binary. So this is another file object. So we use the writer to write this to the file, and then we close the file object. Now if you go back to the Python, and then we have the PDF file 1, and it only has page 1, so we already extract the first page to the PDF file 1, and then we get all the text in PDF. So again, we go to open the file by using the open writing a successful proposal.pdf, and then we use the read binary, and then we use another empty array, and then we create the reader. It's just the same as here. Now we have 9 pages, if you remember. So we can use the for loop to loop through all the pages from index 0 to the end of the pages. So each time we append the text, the page text to the array. So if you look at the array, you can see we have the first page is writing a proposal, and if you print the first page, you can use print PDF array, and then we put the 0 to indicate this is the first page. So this is the same as this first page. So to demonstrate the second page, we can see the second page is even if it is simple. So we go to the second page, so you can see this is the same. So we already stored all the pages text to this PDF array. In this part, we are going to learn how to send the email with the SMTP library. So first we have to import the SMTP lib, and then we create a SMTP object by using the SMTP lib.smtp. And because we will go to use the Gmail, so we pass the smtp.gmail.com, and we will pass the port 587, So 5x7 is coupled with TLS encryption. So this will ensure the email is submitted securely and following the guidelines set out by NETF. And if we back to here, we execute this line, and then we use the smtp.ehlo functions to establish the connections. And then we have to use the start TLS because 5x7 is TLS encryption, so we have to initialize it. So we use the smtp.startTLS, so this is ready to start TLS. So normally we will not put the password and email directly to the program, so we have to use the input. But this type of input will, for example, if you type 1, 2, 3, everyone will see the numbers. So this is not good to use the input. Instead, we use the get pass. So first we have to import the get pass, and then for example we set the password is equal to get pass, please enter password. Now if you type the password such as 1, 2, 3, but this time it will use the dot to cover the password. The password will hidden, and it will only appear if you execute a variable. So now I'm going to use the email. The Gmail is grow.patron. So you have to use the two-step verification. So we go to turn on. So after you already finished, you can go to add password, and then we can select the custom the mail and also the custom name, and then we for example this is Python mail, and then we generate. So we copy this. So I put it here first. This is the password that we need, and then the email is, we will execute this to pass the email, and then we paste the password, and then we go to login. Now this accepted, so it successfully logged successfully. So now we go to define the from address, and to address is the same email address, and then we input we use the subject by using the input please enter the subject. So we just randomly type first Python email, and then we enter the message. This is the first Python email message. So now this curly bracket means we already sent the email successfully. So now let's take a look. You can see the email, and this is the email message. So this is how to send the email by using the Python. In this part, we want to demonstrate how to view the message from our email. So I just send the message by myself. So it has this message. And then we go to here, and then we import the IMAP library. And then we have defined m is equal to IMAP lab dot IMAP for SSL, and then we pass the IMAP Gmail IMAP server, and then we get the IPass we import the get path that we demonstrated before, and then we enter the email. And also enter the password. So if we log in, we can see this is okay. And then we go to m.list and we can choose the inbox. So we use m.select inbox. So we get the email ID. So for example, if you want to just search for the subject that is the title from CK Mobile, so we put the title from CK Mobile here, and then we search for the subject, and then we get the type is OK, and then we go to use the data, and we got the, because if you just use the data, the email ID is inside the list, so we have to pass the data, and then we put the index zeros, and then we use this protocol to fetch the email data. So we already got this email data, but we want to get it for string. So again, we have to use the list to use the zero index. So for example, if you just use this one, you get this tuple, but because we want to get the second one, so we type index 1 to get this. So now we can use another package, which is import email. And then if you do not decode, you can try this, and you can got this error that the initial value must be string or none, not byte. So you can go to search in the Google, and you can see there is an answer in the Stack Overflow that you have to decode. Use the .decode UTF-8. So we go to here, and then we add the decode UTF-8. So now you can refer to these documentations, and then we can check if the part, and we have this email message by using the email.message from string, and this is the email raw string. So we can type, we can execute this. You can see this is the raw string, and then we pass to the use this for loop, and then if the part is the plain text, then we can get the part payload, and then we decode it, and then we print the body. Now you can see the content is a message from CK Mobile, and this is exactly the same as here. So I forgot to say that if you get this, use the default modules, you can see we also get the message, but this is displayed here. So this is much more clear by using the email modules. In this part, we are going to talk about the advanced strings. So for example, we set the hstub is equal to hello world, and then we can use the hstub.title. So it will capitalize the first character of each word, and then we used uppercase to make all the word to become uppercase, and we can also use .lower to lower all the lowercase to make all the word to lowercase, and then we can use capitalize, and this will this is the default. This is the same as the original hello world. So if you create the hello world like this, and then we can use the capitalize, so it will just has the uppercase in the first word. We can also use the find to find the find the position of the L. So this will find the first L. So the index 2 means this is 0, 1, 2. And we can also use count L. So you can see the hello world has 3 L. And we can use tab by using the /T. And we can also use the forward without using the print. We use the expand tabs. Also can create a hello world with the tab. And by using the dot center, we can create the word at the center, and it will take up the space of 20 characters. So xtop dot center will look like this. So if you replace the space with x, we can see this one. We can also check if this is alphabetic or numbers. So xtop is al num is false because it contains a space. So instead, if you change this to dot, for example, s is a num, and this is false. If you change this to word or numbers, it is true. So if you change this to n, this is also true. So this is because alphabetic is A to C and the number is 0 to 9. So if you use a dot or space here, it will become false. If you change this to S, this will become false. So S is numeric is false, but if you change this to n, this is true. So this is true. xstop is alphabetic, and this is false because xstop, if you take a look at this, this is containing a space. This is not A to C. So if you delete the space and back to here, you can see this is true. And S is lowercase, and this is true. And we can also check is whether this is a title case. This is true. And so first we create a space first. And then space is equal to space. So if we check this is space, this is true. And xstop is ends with D. So I type the xstop here, and you can see this is end with D. So this is true. And we can also check this by using a -1 to which imply the last word. And now if you split with L, you can see we will split this by using the L. So it just has XE, and then it will become a space, and then it just left O WOR and then D. So this is how to use the split, and we can also use the partition. If we use the partition L, it will split with the first L only, and it will return the he L and LO world. So for example, if we replace this with O, so you can expect this will split with the first O. So now we execute this again, you can see this is held, old, and also the world. So this is how to use the advanced string method.